Warning. Warning. This is not a test. This is not a test.
Tonight, we race for 600 miles. It's just about time to go for a Crown Jewel event for the Mystic Racing League as we start our countdown to green here on Ballin TV. Welcome to tonight's coverage of the MRL and its Cup Series for tonight's Crown Jewel Showdown to see how drivers fare out at iRacing's virtual Charlotte Motor Speedway. I'm Justin Prince. Alongside the booth for tonight is Jeremy Miller. DJ Line is our producer, using cameras provided by Whiplash SimCams as we get ready to get going for a marathon of a race. 400 laps, 600 miles, one of the crown jewels on the schedule. And now, for many of these competitors, a different time of day to be able to go running full throttle, full out, full distance, Jeremy, a part of the several crown jewels, a part of this schedule.
Yeah, full distance is the key there. A massive change from the typical shorter abbreviated races that we're used to seeing here. So it's going to change the scenes quite a bit for what these drivers have to do tonight. They're going to have to exercise a lot of patience, make sure they make those cars last all 600 miles, and you have a lot of time to get stuff done this evening, so there's no reason to rush.
There's plenty of opportunities as we race here at Charlotte. At Charlotte Motor Speedway, it's been beginning to get bumpier and bumpier when it comes to this racing surface. Here on iRacing around, it's 24 degrees of banking. This racetrack has been around for the World 600 for many years, now known as the Coca-Cola 600 in real-life competition. And now tonight, we look to see how drivers attack this racetrack, Jeremy.
Yeah, this is the home of this sport, Charlotte, a track with a lot of character. As you can see, opened in 1960. A mile-and-a-half racetrack, cookie cutter is what a lot of people like to call it, but Charlotte's really turned into nothing but very unique on this racetrack compared to a lot of the other mile-and-a-halves, especially with the bumps that you mentioned developing in the corners here. Going to be really important to navigate those bumps. You can't hit those wrong. If you do, it's going to send you sideways, maybe into the fence. So you'll see a lot of guys looking for grip at the bottom of the racetrack, painting the blue line, as there's a lot of grip to be found right there.
It's going to be very important to be able to stick around the bottom. We might see some lane choice come into play, though, as the runs go on here tonight. So far, 5 different winners have locked themselves into the postseason so far. Evan Janik has taken a dominating run to this season with 5 victories on the schedule. Isaac Wilson, Adam Holston with 2 wins apiece. Brett Wren and Rayshon Winkfield, 1 win apiece. Right now, the cut line just 9 points up for Reggie Kime or Andrew Schob. We'll see if that increases here tonight based on attendance, or if someone's able to bump their way from below the playoff cut line and into the conversation. Several today hour drivers yet to get wins that have shown speed. Andrew Allen, several times has been contender for wins. John Ullman's been quietly doing well. Christian Barnes ran very well a few weeks ago at Gateway. I want some of the drivers that are in the playoff picture, but not officially locked in after what's been 17 regular season races.
Yeah, definitely starting to see some shuffling there. Moving into the summers when you start to really look at those points gaps and trying to find your first win of the season. You don't have one yet to lock yourself in, but 400 laps tonight. You see there are stages, lap 100, lap 200, lap 300. So we're going to have 4 segments here of 100 laps. They do have 1 fast repair this evening as well, so they'll be able to utilize that if they get some damage early to keep their race alive, Justin.
You don't want to have to rely upon it, though, or burn it by accident in these pit stops. Going to have to be very careful as the night goes on, as drivers just got the word to command to run their way to qualifying for tonight. Plenty of tire sets in the lane for this evening. So, just about all set to go. 30 entrants making their way in for qualifying. Your keys to a good qualifying session, as track position could be important. Already 3:30 in sim time on the advancement.
Yeah, the biggest thing with qualifying here is going to be getting your tires in the perfect conditions to run that lap as fast as possible, and then you're going to want to find a way to carry as much momentum as you can around this racetrack. You won't see them quite wide open in qualifying, but you'll see a lot of guys trying to be close to it, especially in turns 1 and 2. 3 and 4, though, definitely still going to need to low it down quite a bit, make the car work on the bottom of the racetrack, and keep that pace down in the center of the corner to get a good run off.
Isaac Wilson, one of the first drivers to be able to hit the racetrack. He and about half the field immediately starting their qualifying runs here at Charlotte. right now. 117 degrees Fahrenheit right now, so not a lot of grip out there to start out qualifying as he gets the first lap of the session underway.
Yeah, definitely a really hot track right now as we're under the sun, but 600 miles this evening. We will move into a night race by the end of the night, so a lot of different conditions. What you're seeing right now with qualifying, these cars will be sliding out the hot track, but later they'll be gripped up and running much faster lap times, and that will really change the complexion of how you handle this racetrack as well.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be important throughout the night to be able to adapt to the changing conditions. 30.9 to start for Wilson. Brad Nelson putting up a 30.8. Rayshawn Wingfield also in the 8s. Colin Bollinger jumping his way into the 30.6s to begin the qualifying session. Others keeping it very conservative in the 31-second bracket on their pushing. Wilson didn't get to the blue line, though. He's having some struggles to get down there, it looks like, on rotation. See if there's a decent enough time put up. A 30.570 is what he puts up at qualifying as the 92 is on track. So some drivers struggling to get to that blue line in the corners right now.
Yeah, definitely not ideal to not get down there, but as long as you keep your momentum up running through the corner, it's not the worst thing in the world if you miss it a little bit. In the race, it'll be far more important to be more consistently down there and keeping the car on that blue line, as that's going to help you save your tires in the most optimal way, especially with the right front tire wearing so heavily here at Charlotte.
So not a great time for Jared Knopfsnyder. He ran more of a warm-up lap both ends of the speedway. As the 91 amongst those now coming out on the racetrack, the Caleb Hunt racing machine of Alan Zukov. Trying to play the tire game a little bit slower of a roll out for the pace lap before they gun it for the back straightaway. There they go. Just trying to play some games a little bit to be able to make sure they don't cook the tires.
Yeah, definitely trying to keep those temperatures a little down, but you do want to get them warmed up because you don't want to run your qualifying lap on cold tires, so you do want to get some heat built into them. And you also see these drivers running the top end of the racetrack when they're warming up, getting as much speed wound in as they can, keeping those RPMs nice and high, and you don't have to lift quite as much on the exits of the corners when you run up there, so that'll really set up you for a good lap here as we take a look out of turn 2, riding through those bumps. He's going to hit the wall, Justin.
Straight up into the fence. And that's going to end up invalidating that important lap the second time around as a result of that contact. Zukov did not even have a valid first time around. So, second time around, invalidated, no lap for the 91 in qualifying. Michael Wade and Joshua Gillen, the only drivers yet to set times so far. This looks like some issues for Christian Barnes on his second lap. He had a crash.
Yeah, definitely some issues there. Pretty big lick. Luckily, he won't have to waste a fast repair for qualifying. He'll get a new car, backup car for the race. So still have that in his pocket and just going to hopefully learn from that experience not to make that mistake once it comes to the more important race trim later on.
So just about everyone set times. Alex Pollock, amongst drivers just getting some practice done. The Black Diamond Designs machine did a bit of a rebrand recently. Right now, his car in 22nd, though, in the session, did not put up the greatest qualifying runs. We'll have to work from the back of the field here tonight. Can say Joshua Gillen also hit the racetrack, but will not hit enough time. Qualifying run is there on their second lap now, down the back straightaway, nowhere close to the scoring loops at the start and finish line. So qualifying comes to a close for these drivers, which means it's time for an session advancement. 400 laps, 600 miles on the docket for Mystic. The race session now advances to the early evening, so we get ready to go from daytime to nighttime. Let's take a look at how they'll start tonight for this Crown Jewel event. Colin Bollinger starts at the pole. Isaac Wilson will start alongside. Pole time at 30.517. Evan Janik starts third. Rayshawn Wingfield will start in fourth. Fifth position goes to Christian Barnes tonight. Cody Giles making a start this evening will start in sixth. Seventh spot goes to Caleb Hunt. Right, special paint scheme for remembrance alongside Joshua Thornton in the red, white, and blue. Rounding out the top 10, Jackson Hatawa and Gavin Heinzen will start in the 10th position here, Jeremy.
Starting the 11th position this evening, missing out on the top 10 starting position by 2 1,000ths of a second is Brad Nelson. Joining him is Andy Berry in P12. Our 13th position starter this evening will be Josh Ullman in the 34, or John Ullman in the 34, and he's joined by Adam Holston in 14th. 15th this evening will be Andrew Allen in the 96, joining David Moyer in 16th. Our 17th place starter is the 77 of Zach White, and the 35 of Gino Volante will roll off in 18th. Our 19th place starter is Jared Knopsnyder in the 82, and Aaron Espy rolls off 20th.
21st goes to Chad Allen tonight. Alex Pollock will start in 22nd, as mentioned. Then it will be Reggie Kime, another paint scheme special designed for tonight. David Wallace will start in 24th. 25th goes to Jeffrey Fisher, with Stephen Gill back in 26th. The last driver set a time tonight was Robert Boyer. Boyer will start in 27th. Joshua Gillen back in 28th. Rounding out the field tonight is Alan Zukov, and Michael Wade appears in the series tonight. He'll start in 30th. Ewell Pelney tonight to Joshua Thornton as well. That will send Thornton to the tail instead of starting in the 8th position. Weather conditions now on screen as we get ready for the pace laps. 2 laps under caution before we get going. 95 degrees Fahrenheit is the track temp. Fairly cooler, actually, than qualifying. So these drivers will have a lot more grip right now than they would if they started out early in the afternoon. So a lot more grip to start things off for the race conditions compared to the hot lap session, Jeremy.
Yeah, already that massive jump down as we moved a little later on in the evening here for the beginning of the race. It is now 6 p.m. in the sim, so almost matching up with the time in the real world right now. We're only off by a factor of 6 minutes, and we'll stay that way for most of the evening, so they will end under the dark here as we have so many laps, as you can see here, 400 laps this evening. We will transition and we'll keep getting cooler.
Again, remember, 4 total stages tonight. Each stage will be 100 laps the distance. There are 12 total pit sets, 13, I should say, available in the pit lane here tonight. 14 if you include the ones on the car. Of course, full distance fuel for the Crown Jewel events. Probably shorter fuel runs you'll see in the shorter races. So, what are your keys to victory here tonight? A part of this analysis on how you approach running this 600-miler.
Yeah, I mean, I hit on it a little bit early, but you just need to be disciplined. You gotta keep your car in one piece. 600 miles is so much time for stuff to go wrong, so just don't let yourself be the reason something went wrong if it does. And honestly, don't even invest too much in what your car is doing early in the sun here. If you're struggling a little, at least wait until you get to the night and see if you get a little better with the cooler track temps. You know, don't give up on yourself too early, as you're going to go through big changes tonight.
See with some of the onboard perspectives, Alex Pollock. Bit of a different look for his background here tonight. Keeping nice and calm and cool and collected once the driver's running the high side. See him just trying to pick up rubber, get ready to go here. Now, one of the camera perspectives tonight, a bit more different. Michael Wade going to be in a bit more of a Batcave of a look tonight.
Yeah, I've been going back and forth on my own sim race and trying to debate. Oh, that is major contact under pacing here. I'm not quite sure who we were on board with there. It looks like that might have been the 3 car, but they hit pretty hard right there.
Not the way to start things off on the night, but we have plenty of racing to go. All set to go for our first stage of racing. Glad to have you with us here on Ballin TV as we get ready to go for tonight's Crown Jewel in the Mystic Racing League. Happy to have you with us for the Coke 600. It's Bollinger on the front row. He'll take us to the green flag. We're underway from Charlotte.
An even launch for our front 2 starters here. Bollinger going to get just clear into turn 1, but that's going to allow Wingfield to almost just barely slide down there in the second position in front of Janik. He's on the apron, though. I think there might have been a little bit of contact there to send him sideways.
Bit of a moment there to start things off, but Bollinger able to clear on by, pull off and away to start things off. Of note, Isaac Wilson did also pick up Neil Pelony. That's why we didn't see him towards the start there for the launch. But Janik already a second. The 53 starts things off with the race lead. Here comes Janik looking for the lead.
Janik on the hunt early here. I think this 600-mile race is really going to fit that driver's strengths this season. We've seen him so dominant in a race this long. It's going to let him really establish himself in the lead if he can get it early. But Bollinger's no slouch, and he's definitely going to be one to fight with tonight.
Seeing him trying to hold on the inside line. 71's been the dominant force on the long runs throughout the season. He goes all the way to the high side. And Janik will take the race lead away just like that. The top two have built up a 6-car length buffer already. We're not even through lap 3. Fastest lap set by the 71.
Yeah, we saw that move through the high side of 1 and 2. A lot of speed up there, especially on that end of the racetrack. But you do pay a little bit of a tax into tire wear. But this early, 1 lap up there shouldn't be too much harm for a 71 car.
Take a look at some of the errors further down in the pack right now. That includes Barnes trying to clear on by Barry. Barry gives him a bit of a break in the battle for 7th. Lifts on by. And a few weeks ago, seen Barnes contend for race victories so far. He's looked consistent in terms of his runs. 1 pole award on his season. More side by side for the lead. No tire saving for these two early on. Bollinger wants that lead back immediately. Takes it up high side, gets the edge again.
These two racing side by side, letting the 5 with Cody Giles behind them. They're closing on in a little bit. Every time you run side by side with these next gen cars, you just slow each other down so much with turbulent air back over the spoilers. It's a massive drag effect, and you can see it there on your screen. The 5 is pulled up within 3 car lengths of this battle in front of them.
You see them going back and forth like a pendulum swing right now. They work their way around the blue line. And eventually these cars are going to start falling off pretty significantly. Seen plenty of drivers, if they didn't conserve, just drop like rocks during the official races in another series here at Charlotte Motor Speedway during that week. Cody Giles still staying within range of their draft along with Gavin Hudson. Giles just keeping himself close, trying to keep the speeds down in the corners.
Yeah, definitely doing a good job right now, just maintaining off that battle in front of him, which is perfectly fine. You don't want to push yourself too hard and get up in there and hurt your tires going for a position this early in the run. And you know, Charlotte, a track that we can see a lot of attrition. These guys off to a very good start early here. Very clean and starting to see some field spread out as well, which might be good for some really good racing here in this first stage.
Speaking of racing, see that in some of the middles of the field. On board, this is Andrew Allen, running 10th position. Also running in the dark so far. Has a few drivers trying different lines. Satawa trying the high side in front of him. Well, he prefers the middle to bottom.
CV09 got the wall there off of turn 4. It's going to allow Allen to come back on the inside and reclaim that position. So that'll put him back in front of the 09 there of Hodala. And they are still going to be trying to sort this out side by side down the backstretch again. Still some runs developing. Nowhere to really go right there.
Yeah, the field kind of pacing itself to begin things here. And it's been, for the most part so far, I've noticed very early. Choo-choo train on the bottom. If you want to make a pass, go on the high side. For the most part, the field just running its own pace here. And they do have to think about green flag stops, of course, through each and every one of these stages here tonight. So they do have to think about the long con, the long-term play, as well in this one. As once again, Allen trying to build up a run on Barnes. No place to go outside this time.
Yeah, we saw Allen and Huddle make moves on the outside of Barry there that previous lap, and now here comes the aid of Holston on the outside as well. So Andy Barry starting to slide a little bit backwards here early in this run. He hit the wall a little bit down the backstretch trying to protect that position, but the 8's still going to pick this up here.
Been a rough one for this car. Robert Boyer started on pit road, rolled back to pit road now. Things not looking great at all for the number 7 after a poor beginning of this event here tonight. We'll see if they keep in the race or not. Meanwhile, Janik has already faded his way down to the battle for 3rd. Gavin Hudson keeping alongside who's already a +6. Giles looking for the lead.
Yeah, Giles did a good job coming up to the leader here. He's going to take a look to the inside of Bollinger down the front stretch here. Not much of a protective line over our leader here to 53. He's going to let him to the inside. That's going to be side by side for the lead in the turn 1 as Giles is going to clear the 53 easily. No contest there by Bollinger. He's fine to just slide in behind.
Giles, his 6th start of the season. Earlier on the season, picked up a victory when making a start. He's also picked up a stage victory and 4 total playoff points on the season. But it's not in the top 20 in points at the moment. It's down to 22nd overall in the standings, a part of the part-time runs for him. That's why that win currently not marked in the playoffs. Same with Bobby Rafferty, who started off the season competing. Then we haven't seen Rafferty since then. Looking right now to the inside. Ottawa, once again. No run build up there as already to the top 10 is Alex Pollock. A lot better in the race right now for FSR than he was in qualifying.
Yeah, big movement there for Pollock as he started back there in the 22nd position, so already up over 12 positions now, actually. Yes, currently for Alex Pollock. So moving forward, making great progress in that 92 machine, and I think he's going to continue trending in that direction.
He is your biggest mover so far. Michael Wade, the 2nd biggest right now. So have Gill and Gillen among some of the big movers in this field. 8 positions each for Gill and Gillen. Wade up 11 in the race so far. Pollock last time brought by running the 30.9s. That was 4/10 off the leader, however. So the second pack essentially having a hard time being able to match the speed of your top 4 on track at the moment.
Yeah, it's where we do see that big separation in the field as just not quite as fast from 5th on back there as the top 4 is. You see over 3 seconds behind currently of the leader. Giles is the Hunt in the 78. So Caleb Hunt doing a good job right now running P5. Just going to need to find a little more as we still continue to see some movement here. I believe that's Pollock on the inside of Allen. So Pollock now up to the 8th position. He's going to try to hunt down those 3 in front of him.
Just trying to focus on closing up to Hunt, Winkfield, and Barnes now. As Tella just rips the bottom once again in the battle with his teammate. Gets himself forward once again, and once again makes the pass for 9th position on the racetrack. So, all hearing some communication on the radio because the caution flag waves. We're under yellow. We've had a crash in turn 1. Jared Knopsnyder making contact with the 29 of Joshua Thornton, and we're under yellow.
Yeah, these 2 cars, as you'll see here on the Black Diamond Designs replay, they just kind of meet in the middle and make some contact. Might have been a little bit exaggerated by some netcode as well. We'll take a look here, and yeah, I believe they would have hit anyways, but it definitely initiated contact before those 2 cars were actually hitting.
See that with the Black Diamond Designs replay once again. We should note that we're running Australian servers tonight in the sim, so we might see some air distance become a factor a little bit in some of these incidents. It did play a bit of a factor between these 2 right here.
Yeah, but 29 definitely was coming up quite aggressively though. So Charlotte with the double, hook there in the tri-oval can be a little bit jarring sometimes when you're side by side with somebody. You lose track of where that driver next to you is, and that's what leads to contact in a situation like that. They knew each other were there, and they just misjudged where the other car was, and that's why they ended up in the fence.
The old penalty to Thornton. That's interesting, as we see several drivers elect to come down to pit road. Isaac Wilson amongst some of the notables coming down on pit road with Thornton, Knopfsnyder, Gill, Fisher, SB, Gill, Gillen, Valenti, and just about that in the lane so far. So, pit stops underway as some of these drivers try and get some extra fuel in the car or try something a little bit different with the extra sets. Fuel only for Wilson.
Yeah, that fuel definitely interesting call there. Gets him a little bit better on the window here. Won't have to take as much fuel to make it to the end of the stage, but obviously still going to need another stop and tires before this stage ends here.
See if we can talk to one of the drivers, including our race leader, if we can. Cody Giles is currently up at the front of the field. Cody, how are you feeling in the car right now up at the front of this field?
Feeling pretty good, man. We just kind of taking it time, taking our time. It's each stage is 100 laps, so we're just just setting our pace and just trying to survive, man. 400 laps, 600 miles. It's going to be treacherous, so we just got to survive and just keep our pace and keep doing what we've been doing since the start of green.
Choosing the inside here this time by, as these drivers get all sorted for the choose this time through. So I will ask you this in terms of your approach now for the rest of the stage at least. How do you approach this now, a plan to, in terms of what we expect to see battle-wise on the racetrack?
The plan is just basically, we raced the Xfinity race and the truck race earlier this week, and basically, from the plan, the strategy that we did in the truck race and the Xfinity race is just kind of clean air is king. You want to be in the clean air, and just stay out front, stay ahead of the trouble, and just kind of make it towards the end of the race and get a good finish. That's basically our strategy right now going into these 100 laps each stage. So that's our strategy.
Once you get to the restart, thanks for the time, Cody.
Yes, thank you.
Cody Giles setting things up as the control car here. He chose the inside. First chose the outside was Evan Janik. Bollinger, interestingly enough, from second, also chose to restart on the inside line instead. Coming up to the restart zone. And lap 21. Less than 80 to go in the first stage. Waits all the way to the end of the restart zone. Green flag is out, back and away.
Massive launch on the inside there for our leader, Cody Giles. He has Bollinger in behind following as well on the bottom, trying to get clear of Janik there on the high side. That 53 car just barely clear of the 71. He'll be able to slide up here out of turn 2. He waited a little and put himself in the fence. He had the position, hesitated, then chose to come up anyways and hooked himself across the bumper of the 71. That could have been disastrous, but I don't believe he should have too much damage from that incident.
Hudson goes way to the outside alongside Caleb Hunt. Regroups and resets also as Bollinger did it again across Evan Janik's nose. The 53 being very daring in terms of the lines right now on lap 23, as there is communication on the radio after 2 near contacts.
Yeah, I believe Janik did a good job of cutting that driver 2 breaks there in a short span, and he did come over to radio, and I believe that basically is a warning that he will not be given a 3rd break, so Bollinger needs to be careful with it. He was completely clear out of turn 2, and he just hesitated to come up, let Janik get the run back to his right rear, and then he turned up when the 71 was already there, and that's what led to that contact.
Seeing some drivers line themselves together here. Christian Barnes running on the bottom. Pollock jumps his way to 7th. Once the drivers missing the bottom this time with the momentum build up. They battle with the 78. Right now, Caleb Hunt trying to hold on to that spot over Pollock, but Pollock just has a lot more speed on these short runs. Pushes too high and pushes the 78 up to the racetrack in the wall.
Fairly hard contact there for the 78. Should be okay, though. These cars can handle a little bit of a beating. Looks like he's going to be able to keep that momentum down the back straightaway here. So Hunt falling a little bit backwards after that contact, but I don't see any damage on the right side of that race car from our camera angles here. So I believe he should be fine. Just needs to regroup and get that momentum rolling back forward.
Trying to regroup right now after that wall contact that pushes Hunt back to 9th spot on the racetrack. Yet again, top 4 are running away from the rest of the field as they run off the initial jump here tonight. We see some of those ripping up the lip. Outside line, that's Andrew Allen who lost ground on the restart. Wilson has got a heavier race car on fuel. Trying to keep himself to the inside. Wilson opening up some opportunities with his fuel stop, at least.
Yeah, definitely making that work for him right now as he's coming forward after making that pit stop. So 93 car going to be one to look out for. Might not need as long of a stop. So going to see if he can flip that strategy around to put himself higher in the running order than he was when he made that call. Already back up to P13, so making great progress.
The drive on through so far for him. Still zipping away through this stage, still early on in it. By the way, Giles still holding on to the race lead for those curious. Rayshon Wingfield, though, has been able to jump up to 2nd off the start. So we've seen some people a lot more better this restart. Heinzen, not as good this restart. Has dropped to the 2nd pack. There's a look at the car first mentioned, the 23. Wingfield on the drive so far to be able to join the conversation. He was nowhere near this lead group earlier in the first stint.
Yeah, doing a better job here, keeping his momentum in the picture here. So actually seeing some more separation among the first group too, as Giles has pulled a little bit away from Wingfield here, over half a second now, and then about another half second back to Bollinger. And take a look back here in the field where we're still kind of running all on top of each other. That's, I believe, Holston on the outside here, trying to make some moves on the outside. Got a little bit of the fence right there.
Got some wall scrapes there for the 8 machine. Resets back in a line for now, but car looks fine. We'll see. He's able to keep things going here. I'll remember, start off the season strong. It's kind of faded lately. Nom Snyder. Meanwhile, after the contact earlier, battling it out for about 17th. Alan Zukov, big lift down the straightaway.
Yeah, definitely got way out of it right there, which sent him backwards as we look at Knopsnyder here in front of Zukov, and they're trying to chase down a couple cars in front of them. That moves up to Allen there in the 96 and the 15th position. So some battling there in the back end of the teams. You see Hunt here lurking over in front of Wilson. Wilson still continuing to climb into that pit stop. That would put him back in the top 10 if he can get around the 78.
See Caleb Hunt right now. He doesn't look too pleased with the way things are going here. Just at least in the facial expressions. Can't tell, but it doesn't even look like he's holding a racing wheel with the way his camera is set up right now.
I was going to mention that too. It looks like that driver might be on a controller, and if he is, he's doing a great job right now keeping his car running where it is. It's not easy to do on iRacing on a controller, but it could just be the angle deceiving us, but I don't see his arms moving at all.
Yeah, that is going to be interesting. And just right now, continuing to fade this run after looking solid earlier on. His luck in this series has been very minimal, to say the very least. Usually he's been a punching bag. Whenever he's gotten good runs, he usually has had a crash from that spot. So, move on forward. Pollock outside. Atawa inside. Side by side, 2 rows deep.
Yeah, '09 on the bottom here. Hatala's kind of tried to clear him there. He's going to get him up in front of Pollock down the back straight, and that's going to allow Barry to get side by side with Pollock behind him. And you also see Nelson chasing Wilson down the racetrack there. Wilson's going to try to keep his nose inside. 25 is going to wash up the racetrack just a little bit, but he gets a good arc down off the exit of the corner, keeps his momentum side by side for 2 rows here.
Still trying to find a way to clear on by here. Barry, no rotation through. All while Pollock gets the run on the outside. Here we clears, and they are shifting, mind you, through the gears. Down through 4th and 5th gear as the night goes on. Down some of these straightaways. Just no clearance to pull on through. Barry a lot better on the bottom that time through to be able to clear as Wilson joins the fight.
Yeah, Wilson been pinned in on that bottom with these two side by side in front of him there for a moment or two. So we continue off the back bumper here of the 25 down the front straight. I love the shot off the spoiler. It gets nice and close to the wall. You can see how that car is running. But they're going to continue battling behind them. They're starting to single themselves out. Wilson actually dropping to Brad Nelson there.
Big push up the track by Hatawa. Nearly hit the wall. Able to keep himself fully out of the fence, though, as they still keep themselves all planted and sorted out. By the way, the race lead has separated by 4/10 up at the front of the field. Rayshawn Wink. Oh, trouble back straight away. It's Barry. Barry in the 33 connect. Under caution, Brad Nelson with significant damage as smoking. We're under yellow.
It was a couple of massive hits right there.
Black Diamond Designs replay. Let's take a look at what happened here as look fine, and then right there, offset 3.
Yeah, they got 3 wide there. Wasn't quite enough room, and we saw Nelson into the left rear of Barry, and that just sent those 2 cars hard down into the inside wall. No time at all to scrub any speed. Those cars obliterated the inside fence.
Yeah, absolute hard contact. That's going to give both drivers meatball flags here. So we'll have to use fast repairs already in this first stage. Yellow penalties given to them as they go and serve their pit stops here. That rear tire completely broken apart on the 25. And that's going to spark pit stops here. Just about the entire field outside of Joshua Thornton and maybe Stephen Gill coming on down for service, and most people are taking a set.
Yeah, everybody going to take their first set of tires here this evening. 4 tires all across the board. Shouldn't see too much of a shake-up in the positions here, as those two had a really close battle side by side up there. Don't know who got that between Giles and Winkfield, but it looks like Giles pulling ahead.
There goes Winkfield. Yes, it was. Winkfield got the advantage. So it's 23 who gets the edge at the pit commitment cone. Take a quick step aside. More coverage coming up. You're watching Ballin TV for tonight's coverage of the Mystic Racing League. Under caution, it's lap 39.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iracing.com.
back under caution as we get sorted out for the shoes coming up. We just had contact under caution. The 25 was trying to catch up the pacing line, then moved up at the start and finish line as Andrew Allen was trying to slow down and woe down the car. They made contact, and now both of those cars have significant damage. It was right at the start and finish line, so Black Diamond decides replay. See what happened here with the 25, again, right at the start and finish line.
Yeah, I believe the damage on the right rear is already there, so this was after the contact. I don't know if he was choosing and somebody just didn't quite get the memo of what was going on or what, but he did swerve up right in front of somebody who had a very high rate of speed and put a big dent in the right rear of that race car.
And a big dent in the left front of Allen, who's now gone to pit road. Watch, he's catching up to the field at this point. Just tries to slow himself to the pack. Himself around to speed, and most people, if they were coming, would think he's staying to the inside line, but watch right here. Car's coming, moves up, and contact.
I think he has to have been choosing for a restart there, but I don't believe he was supposed to be choosing, so I think that's what led to some miscommunication, and just unfortunate there for Allen behind him. Nothing he could do at that point to avoid that contact, but you know, he was carrying a lot of speed there and kind of put himself in that situation where he didn't have a chance to avoid an incident in front of him.
It's going to get interesting with Joshua Thornton up here. He's got damage on the right front, just noticed. So he's going to be amongst those. Staying out on old tires here, the fresh tires, starting in row 2. Still 59 to go coming up in this first stage. Here we go. Green flag is out. Gill's in the wrong gear. Backing away. Several drivers are in the grass in the back. The front makes its way to turn 1.
We saw a massive launch there because of Gill in the wrong gear on the inside line, so Thornton got way ahead there on the top. Wingfield in the second. Janik working that high line now, looking for P3, but Giles in behind Gill trying to push that car forward.
Gill nearly into the 71, now spooked by the 5. All while Wingfield looks to take the race lead away. Gill going the wrong direction and quickly on the old rubber. Wingfield takes the lead. Evan Janik able to get through as well as they are able to slip by no issue on the 29 machine as Giles goes to the inside as well.
Yeah, Giles still looking there on the bottom. Janik all the way up there to the back bumper of Wingfield. They're going to clear Thornton there for third, and he's going to be under attack from Barnes and the 27 behind him. Tight block there, but Janik still working off the back bumper of the 23, looking for a way around.
See them all queuing up on the bottom of the racetrack. Speed differential pretty significant for some. All of them gather their way back forward. Thornton surprisingly has decent speed despite the older tires, but it's under-rotating by 10 miles an hour compared to some of the others. On the outside, Bollinger passes by a couple as Barnes couldn't build a run from the inside. Now he queues up to the outside as they go near 3 wide to the outside. New race leader.
Contact there.
Oh, there is near contact, and they are scattering.
See, they sorted that all out. Some big-time fanning out down the back straightaway. I believe Wilson got the best end out of all this. He slid in the 7th, and there's still a big gaggle of cars behind him still working to sort themselves out as Thornton continues to fall backwards after restarting and getting out to the lead.
Bit of a spooky moment there as new race leader, I was about to say before all that, Janik is up in front. It's the second. Everyone's still scattering to get around the old tires. Everyone trying to rush to get by those drivers pretty quickly here as near contact Thornton to Hunt. Thornton pushed up the racetrack yet again.
See Thornton and Gill here. That was our front row in the restart. They've fallen outside of the top 10 and they're continuing to go backwards, and Going to be a tight moment there. Gill is looking to the bottom, but Thornton closes that one off. So these guys still continuing the fall, though, as they have moved back into the 14th and 15th positions. At this rate, they're going to drop out at the top 20 as the cars behind them are still catching up. Gill almost in the back bumper of Thornton again there.
Looking up front, meanwhile, Wilson has found himself in track position back to about where he officially qualified almost. It's going well for the 93 this run. Same for the 8, who's found some decent speed this run as Hatawa tries to make the move on him. Does.
That 09 has been slowly moving forward every run right now, so some really good pace out of him. And he got around Holson in the 8th, who's also doing a good job. And a little bit further up front here, you see Bollinger in front of Wilson. Wilson all the way up to P5 on that alternate strategy earlier has driven his way back through the field into the top 5 now, and he's going to start working over these positions as well.
All situating themselves right now at the moment in the line. Meanwhile, Pollock, we mentioned him moving on each of these restarts. Not so quickly this one. Still a plus 12 in the race. But has lost some ground compared to where he was running earlier. Still trying to reset. Bollinger under attack. Tries to run high side this time. Able to get a run to hold on in front of Wilson for now.
You take another look here off the spoiler. Isaac Wilson in behind Bollinger, still working for that position. Couldn't find any momentum there to make it happen that time, and they're going to settle in now. You got to re-rack and refine that momentum. He's getting a little low here. I don't think he's quite close enough to make the move. Wingfield in parking on the nose of Bollinger, though. I wonder if these two are getting held up a little.
Yeah, they're starting to almost slow each other up with the battling, absolutely. And the back and forth and back and forth. What goes to your mind as a driver when you keep on going the back and forth like that, as that kind of settled itself, Hatawa hit the wall?
Yeah, you hate when the guy keeps coming back at you if you feel like you're truly faster. Sometimes, though, the guy making the pass isn't truly faster, and they're trying to pass somebody that's just minding their own pace, and because of that, they're kind of stuck side by side because the other drivers want to slow way more down, and the other person's at the top end of their pace. So usually those deals do work themselves out, as it did right there, and you can get back to running your race.
Up front, it looks like this. Janik and Giles, they're putting on a show. They pulled away by near 1 second. Now going back and forth for the race lead. Giles takes the point away in the 5.
See him painting the white there on the bottom of the racetrack. You can actually get a little bit lower than that even here, though, as the paint's actually on the banked portion of the racetrack here, not quite on the flat. But actually we saw what led to that run for Giles out of turn 2. It looked like the 71 went a little bit too low and did catch the flat surface and upset that race car, which is, with how disciplined you have to be to the bottom of the racetrack here, it's really easy to just turn a little bit too far and make that mistake.
And now Giles looks to take off and run away here. Seen Cody in some of the official races be pretty solid, and right now is showing that solidness in this one. He's led 28 laps so far tonight out of the 55 turned around the track, including this time around. So far, go ahead.
Sorry. I was going to say, Giles, when he gets up here, he really is truly solid. Like, just very consistent, as you can see there in front of Janik, hitting the bottom every lap right now. As these three behind them are still in the same order that we last left them, and really no separation between any of these three cars, all on top of each other.
Got some more side-by-side building up. That's the 3, Michael Wade. Wade clears on by no issue. So far, Wade minding his own business from the back to the middle of the pack, at least so far. Downside is it's near 2 seconds to the next car, John Ullman, in the DEI car, in the Dale Earnhardt paint scheme, rather.
Some clean air to work with for Wade, though, so he'll appreciate that for a little bit, but he's definitely going to want to close that gap to the car in front of him. He sees Knob Snyder in behind, just giving him a bit of a push down the straightaway there, using the air off the back bumper to kind of bubble that car in front of him ahead. But the 3, definitely a lot quicker right now. Big gap there for 1 and 2 on Knob Snyder in behind.
Yeah, able to separate out a decent bit right there. It's up front. Wakefield over Bollinger in that second subsection of leaders. Wilson hasn't been able to find a way to get around the outside or inside to any of the cars in front now with the dirty air, and dirty air can be a decent factor here tonight with how things are going and why we're seeing some of these drivers search around line to line.
Yeah, it's so important to keep clean air on the nose of the race car. Going to be even more important a week from now as we move into the build with iRacing. So these drivers should enjoy the dirty air they have now before it gets worse, because I know as a driver it already sucks, and it's not the most thrilling thing to think of it getting even worse. As you can see, the 53 right in behind the 23 there, it's not something that's going to be possible for too much longer, according to iRacing.
More side-by-side for the race lead. And the 5 now making the move up high side. You're even down the straightaway, able to clear on by and make the move. But you're right, it is a build week coming up, and there's a lot of talk about these cars going to be changing a fair bit. Aerodynamics coming into play. Tires have been discussed as a factor they're expecting. There's a lot of potential changes. A lot of people are expecting to this car wholesale.
Yeah, so it's going to be really big, and I mean, it's Sunday, so we're 2 days away from that drop-in, so this will be one of the last races you see with this current iteration of the car on the sim, which, we're putting on a great show, but we're showing what this car has been so entertaining for. These two up front have been battling back and forth. Giles gapping Janik just a little bit right now, but I don't think that means this battle's over. Still 40 to go in this stage. Janik's got a lot of pace on the long runs, and these 3 behind starting to slip a little bit further back, which is good for Giles and Janik up in front of him as they start to pull away. Wilson dropped off the back of Bollinger a little bit now. Wingfield and Bollinger both still nose to tail.
Still no change amongst them. Wilson running last time by in the 31 flats. The leaders were running in the 30.6s. Big difference in comfortability and speed so far in the run so far on the racetrack. And if they aren't careful, those leaders will just continue to run away each stage like this. If you let them with the way things are going here, it's going to be hard to be able to close up on them long run.
Yeah, it definitely would be more difficult to close in, especially as they get more comfortable with their cars in front of them. Giles actually starting to gap Janik by a little bit here. So we take a look a little bit further back in the field. These positions still being battled out, still important as well. Every position on this racetrack matters. I mean, even back here, 21st, Andrew Allen, Aaron S. See Thornton's falling a little bit back off these guys on intervals down there, but this is the point in the run where you start to see those tire lights crossing over, and the comers and goers are really going to come to fruition.
All of them trying to sort themselves together here as you see some of the runs on the other side of the speedway. Some big distances building up the pack. Allen and SB. It's right now in the 20s. Allen, since that contact, has not been running well at all. He's got that significant damage hampering him. Needs the caution to be able to get repairs done on that 96.
Yeah, definitely not benefiting from that at all. That was what we saw when we came back from our last break before that restart. They had that contact under yellow, which is what gave the damage to this race car. So still fighting that. He loses out a position there to the 16 of SB, so that will move SB into 21st, and he'll start to try to chase down that top 20.
Some luck needed for some drivers as the other side of the racetrack. It looks like this for battles. David Moyer very quiet in the Waffle House car tonight. Right now we're ranked 16th amongst the top 10, interesting enough, in the point standings, despite not having the best of raw speed during the stages. Usually has been able to find some good finishes though. But a wall contact in front of him. Moyer just trying to play and bide his time right here, and patience is key over the course of this race, Jeremy. We're seeing a lot of drivers not showing patience like right here, the 92 with the 82 with contact.
Yeah, definitely was not a display of patience in that moment there. Some big contact there. We're lucky they held on not to crash there, as Jared Knopsnyder sent it down there on the bottom and it just did not stick, and he got into the door of Gillen there in the 10 car. So they held on to it. They're going to sort it out, get back running here still, and see, still battling those 3 cars all in a line. That's Moyer moving to the bottom.
They're slowing down significantly back there as a result of that. Knopsnyder having some struggles back there. Zukov, meanwhile, still trying to keep up with Wade. They're running in the 31.5s now back here. Fall off for some of these drivers, hitting more than a second and a half for some of the drivers that are burning up their tires, but also not there on the raw pace.
Yeah, definitely just missing the pace a little bit compared to those up front, but you know, Giles kind of setting a pace of his own right now, stretched out his lead quite significantly in the front of our field over Janik in second. So you can see that gap there, and it's still continuing to grow. A 5 car with 30 laps left in the stage, and a couple laps from 30 to go in the stage, really gapping this field and pulling away. Not looking like anybody's gonna be able to do anything with him.
Everyone getting some big separations, building up the top 20. Separations as high as 18 seconds right now. Some drivers at very big risk of losing laps as this night progresses now. Some of the later stages here. Checking back in with some of the battle packs. That includes 77. That's Zach White nearly to the back end of David Wallace. Trying not to run over the Chevy.
Yeah, you see behind those two, Espy has pulled in on this battle, up in the top 20 now. Espy continuing his march forward. Seems like he's got some better long-run pace than some of those around him, as White will make the move there to the inside. He'll get Wallace that time without any contact, but Espy's going to be looking to capitalize on both of these guys.
Yeah, looking to try and make their way on through, no problem, as my goodness, they have Andy Berry. That was all the way to the inside line. That's now in front of them, moving to the outside of the racetrack too. SP near contact with Wallace as Wallace goes up the track. SP trying to cut to the inside instead. As the 08 goes all sorts of lines, just trying to hold on to the race car and sort out where the racetrack is.
Still working that inside line there in the 16. Should be clear this time up here off of turn 2. He'll get up there in front of that position. Start to come forward now. See White up there in front of them has moved his way to the back bumper of Barry in the 25. I believe Barry still suffering with that damage. Is actually a lap down though after what we saw earlier. Some damage on Wallace there on the right front too. Pretty heavy looking damage, might I add.
Not a happy handling car as they battle for second. 71 of Janik had to lift hard out of the gas that time as Winkfield clears on through. Janik starting to fade a little bit. Fell off last time by 0.2 of a second. Tries to go right back to the 23. Winkfield has the better line, and Bollinger able to get alongside. It's more than 2 seconds now to lead over Winkfield by Cody Giles. He's ran away from all this.
Yeah, Giles pulled away from Janik as Janik fell back into the clutches of Winkfield and Bollinger, who have both moved around the 71 car. Not seeing the typical dominant long-run pace out of the 71 this evening. He struggles and falls back to P4 here. Will be interesting to see if Winkfield can start to turn that wick up and close in on the 5, or if Giles is going to continue to step away from the rest of the field here, as that gap has just grown absolutely huge right now.
All sorts of sorting out right now at the 39. It's made a few starts this season. Has done some good jobs so far this run. Heinzen looking pretty impressive earlier on. Now has faded back to the 8th position in the 39 camp, should say. And for a lot of these drivers, it's just about managing the pace, but also managing themselves. You don't want to burn yourself out in the first hour or so in a race like this, especially knowing how long this race can go for many of these competitors in terms of the endurance factor.
Yeah, the physical fatigue of a race like this, definitely more than almost any other on the schedule, but shouldn't be too awful. A lot of times with the ovals, with the cautions, you're usually able to keep yourself pretty in check. Ooh, really tight there between Espy and Knop Snyder, but they're going to continue straight. A little moment there out of the 16 got loose on the straightaway there, but the biggest thing is the mental fatigue. It is so draining to sit here and run lap after lap after lap, especially when you're not running well and there's nobody around you. It becomes boring to a point, and you just got to struggle with keeping your focus at a place like this.
See them going up to the high side, and that's the main thing we were talking about, lane variation throughout the run expected to come into play. A lot of these drivers now learning the outside wall. The tough thing is going to be lap traffic is also trying to run the wall. Winkfield going to potentially have to move up that preferred line now pretty soon. Reggie Kime preferring to run the high side as well.
Yeah, and you see Janik actually got back around Bollinger here, and now he's the back bumper of Winkfield again, and all of this, Giles still continuing to pull out in front. They're going to tight moment here, lap car in the wall. We're all going to get by him cleanly, though, but that'll leave Janik side by side with Bollinger there for the third position once again. Fighting back and forth, just like we talked about earlier. This is where it can get really frustrating as a driver, but these guys are so even on pace, there's just nothing they can really do.
Are there small things you can do to try and swing the momentum your direction at this point? Or are you just along for the ride?
Yeah, I mean, you're just trying to work the air, clean air. Groove is opened up here, obviously, as we see guys move into the top. So a little bit more of a choice to run right now where you want to find pace. But the issue is the top of 1 and 2 when it comes in can be so much faster than the bottom that, you know, instead of fighting for inches on the bottom, now you're fighting for inches on the top. 3 and 4, though, you can see both lanes still working really well there. That's where you can really start to build more momentum on the car in front of you.
Trying to snake around more traffic. That was Jeffrey Fisher, who's been struggling this race today, showing good speed times earlier last month. Still, see the different lane choices coming into play for some of the drivers on rotation. Janik Tyler coming off the corner for now. Less than 20 to go in this first stage. And right now it's looking like Giles is the one to beat, Jeremy, if the night progresses the way it's going.
Yeah, that gap has continued to grow methodically here for Giles, up to over 3 seconds now, the lead for him. So might not be growing quite as fast as it was a little earlier in the run with a little under 20 to go in the stage here, but that could just be because of some lap traffic that our 5 car and the leader has been having to deal with as he's beginning to lap through the field, and at the rate he's going, he might lap quite a bit of cars. There's still a lot of laps left in the stage.
Yeah, so far, Giles has been able to lap his way up to past 23rd, now lapping 22nd, Andrew Allen. See him just doing it smoothly and efficiently. That's the key to be able to get this done quick. Chad Allen next up in the order, then David Wallace, in terms of those at risk to be lapped. And the more cars you can lap, the more drivers you can take basically out as a factor for later on in this event for some of the later stages, unless the cautions start to fly for more wave rounds.
Yeah, definitely don't want to be lapped this early in a race like this, but as the night comes on, typically we do see a little more yellows and uptick in the cautions at Charlotte, so it might not be the end of your night. You could get some breaks later on this evening as these two, Janik and Bollinger, still continue to go at each other for his third position. That's giving Winkfield some space as Bollinger clear of him once again.
I'll slip on through, hearing some pit calls over the radio, in fact, for the 01 machine. Stephen Gill has just come down pit road. We've had some issues for Michael Wade. We're currently green, but him and David Moyer just traded paint. Wade is slow on the racetrack. We are not under caution, but the 3 is destroyed.
No right front rotation on that car. That is completely disconnected, as we'll take a look at our Black Diamond Designs replay here. Down in the turn 3, not clear, tried to get clear of the 47 mid corner. That's what sent him into the fence hard.
And he's all over the racetrack right now. Oh, look out! Up the track! And into Joshua Thornton. He's all over the place, and now they settle back down. That was a not so great moment for the 29.
Yeah, nothing the 29 could do there. 3 just carried way too much speed there for the damage. Not quite sure if he just couldn't get it slowed down or didn't think ahead to what would happen. Entering the corner on the flat with that much damage, that car was never going to turn. He almost ended another competitor's evening.
Yeah, just about demolished the 29. So he just now lapped its way inside the top 20. You still see the battle up front. Janik has now faded a fair ways back with this, and they've now separated out by about 6 car lengths between the 53 and the 71. 4 car lengths just about between the 23 and the 53.
Yes, we take another look a little bit further back here in the field. This is Pollock on the outside and Knopfsnyder. Knopfsnyder has been up and down throughout the order of his entire run. He's moved forward and he's fallen back, and he's moved back forward, back into the 15th position now. So if he can find consistency, I think there's little burst of pace in that car that's showing real promise this evening. 77 almost gets into the back of him right there. I believe that car might have fresh tires looking at the disparity in pace here.
Yeah, right now, so many differences between how some of these drivers are approaching the track. Front runners compared to how they're handling it to the runners in the back. A lot more different in terms of how some of these drivers have developed their mindsets and skill sets in their cars here. Looking at the 71 meanwhile. Christian Barnes has zipped on by Janik as the 71 continues to fade.
Yeah, 71 is definitely falling off here. He needs to baby this car back 10 more laps in the stage. He's far enough ahead of our leader to where he won't get lapped, but he is going to continue to bleed positions possibly here within these next 10 laps. But he does have a big gap behind him to Wilson, Isaac Wilson in 93. We've covered him a lot of this evening. Great recovery drive has fallen off a little bit this run as well. So Janik maybe can just slide in here, take care of his equipment, and get to that caution.
Less than 10 to go on the stage. This race slowly going on through. And people have to remember, there's still 3 more stages to go after this in this event. So if you can find the speed now, it's going to be hard to find the speed later on for some of these drivers, especially since they're all running basically the same set as Thornton comes into the pit road.
Yeah, we saw Thornton had that big moment with Wade with the damage earlier, so coming down the pit road now for the 29 car has not been his night as things continue to go wrong for the 29. This stop will put him even further behind the 8 ball.
Take a look right now at Wingfield. Good night again for somebody that picked up a win early in the season. Has had to battle his way into position several times so far tonight. Wingfield's driving smooth. Downside. He's 2/10 off the leader's pace on average right now. Past 10 laps. 31.5s for Giles, 31.6s and 7s for Wingfield so far. Cody continues to run, now 5 seconds up.
Yeah, Giles just easily cruising right now in the lead. Don't even know if he's pushing that car as hard as he can. So definitely in really, really good shape right now. Very comfortable. Going to see if he can lap a few more cars before the stage ends here. As every car that he laps is a car less that he has to worry about moving forward. So there's a real incentive for a 5 car to continue pushing here.
Coming up to 5 laps to go on the stage here. The 5 keeping it smooth. The Munster driver still driving the bottom. Now his chance to be able to lap up to 17th here. David Moyer's up. He might get to Knopfsnyder, White, and Espy. It's going to be close on that margin. It's going to be important for how far he gets in terms of who's going to get the lucky dog here. 47, communicating on the radio. Not giving in too easily. Now elects to let by the 5. No issue on the exit.
Yeah, Giles still continuing his march forward here as he gets by Moyer there. We take a look back here. Barnes got by Bollinger now for the 3rd position. He'll look to see if he can get Wingfield for 2nd before the end of his stage. He's got a chance at it as Wingfield's in some traffic right there in front of him.
Trouble down the back straight away. Michael Wade just got doored up the track in front of the race leader. Herein there's more tempers also flaring involving the 78 and the 35 as everyone is starting to reach their limits, and we're not even a quarter distance to the race. The leader of Giles having some moments to have to deal with here as some of these lap cars get chippy.
Yeah, some hairy moments are out there, and you just got to get to the end of the stage here right now as you see the 3 of Wade there on the bottom. He uses, oh, Giles almost lost it there off of turn 2. Don't want to do that when you have this big of a lead and only 2 to go in the stage. When he comes back to the line, he needs to be careful. 3's, whoa, man, the 3 just about wiped out our leader.
Some cars having a myriad of a time trying to hold on at the moment. Coming up to 1 to go in the stage this upcoming time by, as it looks like it will be either the 82 being the lucky dog spot, will be lucky dog at this range rather, as Knopfsnyder not making it easy on Giles, is fighting this, going to the inside of Thornton. Thornton already has been lapped a couple times here. Giles trying to figure out where to go here. 1 to go on the stage.
Good reason for Knopfsnyder to fight this position. Getting the lucky dog would keep him on the lead lap, but if he can stay on the lead lap, naturally he'll be able to gain positions through the pit cycle, possibly with the 5 car just so strong on the bottom of the racetrack. There's nothing the 82 could do to hold that off.
A poke on through. A dominating end of the stage for the 5 of Giles. Able to dictate the pace so far here in Charlotte. Stage win. Cody Giles gets it done in stage 1. Green white checker will see Wingfield, Barnes, Bollinger, and Janik. It looks like amongst your top 5. 11 seconds. The separation amongst them. Remember, top 5 in the series score points. At the end, the stage caution comes out. We're under a break. Let's take a break while we do that as well. You're watching Ballin TV for tonight's coverage of the Mystic Racing League and its Cup Series. Welcome back to Ballin TV's coverage of the MRL. Interesting situation. The 5 of Cody Giles did not pit the first time around. The winner of Stage 1 will be starting 13th instead, Jeremy.
Yeah, not sure what happened with Giles. He looked like he was pitting the first time around, then he pulled a hard right and stayed out and pit the next time around, gave up all that track position. That driver either made a mistake or maybe he decided to challenge himself early, which, you know, I don't know why he would choose to do that. I'd like to just run around with the lead, but something definitely happened with the 5 car.
And that changes a lot. He is amongst the drivers believe that just shows the outside. So we'll see what happens for him on the restart. Rayshawn Wingfield is now the control car over Christian Barnes, Evan Janik, Colin Bollinger, Isaac Wilson, Jackson Atawa, now the top 6 for this restart. Your thoughts entering Stage 2 on what you expect these drivers to do now as we've gone through more than an hour of racing?
Yeah, I'm expecting to see more of the same. The biggest thing for me right now is that 5-car Giles. How is he going to work his way back through this traffic? We have seen he is the best car here right now. So is this going to be an opportunity for somebody else to pick up and start to dominate this race, or is he going to work his way through traffic and get back to the lead?
Just about ready to go here for the restart. 295 laps to go overall. Are underway for Stage 2. Very bogged down this time. Your contact going on between Hatawa and Bollinger. Everyone else settles on through as the 23 runs away.
Yeah, Wingfield really did get away there on the restart. Wasn't much of a clear definition between which lane got a better launch other than our leader there, as most of the field stayed even throughout the restart there otherwise. So still looking side by side back here. Janik on the inside of Bollinger with Barnes in behind on the outside, working that momentum, trying to find a way around for these two as they've closed back in on Wingfield.
He's able to close Bond up quickly. On the fire off, Barnes over the apron. Holds onto it. As there goes the run for Bollinger up to the race lead from the high side as everyone else scatters around and keeps it slow off corner exit.
Take a look here off the back of this 53 car as you see side by side racing in behind him for all those positions up in the top 5. Move Hautala into the 5th position. He's a new player. We haven't seen him in the top 5 side by side with Isaac Wilson looking to work his way forward.
A lot of shuffling and squabbling going on for some of these drivers in the lineup right now. Janik all over the apron, trying to slide his way for second. Not able to clear him by, and that's the tough thing right now. Again, the urge is there to push, and push some more. Sorry, got a little bit stuck there because, you know, you get stuck in the mindset of going forward, and then all of a sudden you fall off at lap 20.
Yeah, that's what we saw in the first stage, right? We saw that long run. These guys pushed really hard at the beginning of the run. You know who didn't push really hard? The 5 of Giles, and that's why he was able to drive to such a big 5-second lead. You got to take care of your tires. You can't just run 100% the entire time, or you're going to pay really, really big for it.
Side by side once again for the race lead. Janik wants some more lead laps on his board. Bollinger trying to give him a small arc up. Now gives him some space. 71 takes the lead as Bollinger saves the tires on the inside. By the way, the 5 of Giles has not been able to move up in the traffic so far. He's still in 11th. Has, in fact, lost ground to the rest of the leaders for now. We know he's there on long run. He is almost scissoring on the throttle if you follow the motions. That is a very abrupt throttle input.
Yeah, I still think he's doing a good job pacing himself right now as we look in front of him. SP's moved his way back up into the top 10, so a good run out of the 16, but the 5's just staying disciplined, wrapping the bottom of that racetrack. He's going to get a run on the 16 here, move back into the top 10. I think he's just minding his time, and I think we'll see him back in the lead before we're done with this. Oh, big contact there. That's what he's got to be worried about back here. That's why you don't want to bury yourself in that trap position. When you run back there, you're more susceptible to something going wrong.
A little bit sketchy there. Able to hold on to it as the rest of the field battles like this. Still 2 by 2, including for the race lead. Scrape to the wall. Wilson clashes. Wakefield's in it. Front straightaway. Under caution as look out as the rest of the field scrambles.
That is massive damage for both of those cars. They're going to be hoping they have their fast repairs left to keep going. That he's going to have to tow. That 23 can't move.
Some people, you'll see on the Black Diamond Designs replay, did not know the caution was out and nearly slammed into it. Yeah, up the wall, Wilson rebounds into Wakefield, and around they go.
See that 23, just major contact here. Look at this field coming through here. Some guys flying by the crash. Oh, man, what was the 93 doing there? You can't do that when people are still trying to come by. I don't know if anybody hit him, but he is certainly lucky no one did.
Can't confirm no one hit him somehow, some way, as right here ends up breaking the chassis in multiple different places as Wakefield goes up against the wall and scrubs against it. The 93 gasses up and accidentally does a burnout.
I mean, that's a Code Brown moment if I've ever seen one. If you're in the car behind those coming up on that after a wreck, you're screaming in your helmet telling that guy to stop because there's nothing you can do. They are all so fortunate that car landed right out of their paths.
Yeah, now absolutely demolished. Not anymore. Fast repair there. 93 will start at the tail of the field as the cause of caution in that issue. So attrition usually has been hitting big here tonight so far. A lot of big crashes so far when we have had them, Jeremy, but also big intervals when we've seen it go green. So a bit of both here tonight.
Yeah, we saw a really nice long green flag run to finish off our first stage, but definitely have seen a couple of bursts of wrecks. Obviously, a really big one right there took out 2 of our top competing cars. They'll get back out there with another chance, but that is their last chance, Justin.
Last opportunity for these drivers. So more pit stops. Janik stays out. Everybody else making him very lonely. This is probably not one the 71 is going to enjoy the choice of, with most of the field saying we're taking some tires for fuel here.
It'd be interesting to see if it's just fuel only for most of these drivers or people are taking another set here. We had such a long green flag run in that first stage. They can afford to waste a set here if they want to. See a little bit of a slide through the box for Bollinger. I don't see the jack up. It looks like fuel only, but he'll be still sitting in the box quite a while. This is a long stop for fuel only. I don't know what's going on with the 53 as most of the field's rolling off around Bollinger. Something has happened to the 53 car.
So fuel only is for a lot of people. Or repairs in the case of Bollinger. He stayed for 23 seconds in the pit lane. Gavin Heinsohn already had pit the previous time around for a minute's worth of repairs, it looks like. Aaron Espy was the first off with the fuel only. Janik and Zukov stay out here. So bold calls for some. Interesting for drivers. It looks like EOL penalty, Alex Pollock also this caution flag.
I don't believe that this fuel stop put these drivers in the window to make it to the end of the stage. Everybody should still need one stop to get there, so not the worst case scenario for those guys in front. They just are going to need a little more fuel to get it done, but if you're taking 4 tires, it won't make a difference.
Yeah. They'll set things up for a restart here. As it goes with choose. Janik and Zukov front row. So how do you play this now? If you're on the older tires, we've seen what happened last time. Those drivers got drop kicked quickly. How do you approach it this time with these drivers in the front row that have, for one, it's been a competitive run for the 71. The 91, the first time it's been up here.
I think they should be okay. We didn't have that long of a run, so like Janik's tires are relatively fresh, and the yellow gets the heat out of them, cools them back down, keeps the heat cycle good. So I believe that everything will be fine for Evan Janik here. Like you said, though, in 91, we haven't seen him up front today, so Zukov, that's going to be the bigger question mark, whether or not if the tires are okay, but if his pace can sustain the front of the field.
Regroup and reset here. Almost set for the restart. There's Janik and Zukov. Control things up front. Field being told to tighten up. A lot of big gaps towards the back. Massive gaps, in fact. As they come to the restart zone. Green flag is out. Janik takes off. Zukov starts in absolutely not the right gear. Almost looked like in fourth gear with how bogged down it was.
Yeah, big moment there. Zukov could have caused a large crash, but the drivers behind him did a good job making sure that he was able to get rolling without incident. So you can see up front, though, I mean, Janik's gone, Hinson's gone, and Zukov in third holding up that field behind him. So that led to a near disaster, but definitely spread out our field quite quickly on the restart.
All of them resetting here. Remember, SP fuel only as well in his case, so he'll have to hold on for dear life in that 16 machine to be able to hold on for the time being on the fuel run. Looking like he's going to choose the outside as Ullman tries to attack him inside. Not too much fall off so far for those on the old tires. How long that will last, we'll have to see.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting. I mean, the tires, definitely a little bit of a deficit here, but not as big as you'd see a lot of the times. We only ran 5 laps green there, so these guys should be able to hold on as Holston goes fastest that time by 29.8. That's faster than anything we've seen all day by quite a bit. So, oh, big moment in the background. That's Moyer.
Moyer goes for a slide. No caution. There it is. Caution flag is out as Moyer slides up on the racing surface. We're under yellow. Narrow moment and Moyer toes it. Let's take a look at the Black Diamond Designs replay.
See here for 47, David Moyer just got loose on his own there, got hit in behind, had it pointed up, cut it back down to keep it out of traffic, hit the inside wall, that is terminal damage to 47. That was violent, bounced all the way back out to the racing surface.
See this one more time. Listen on board.
Just nothing you could do, especially after the contact there, to hang on to that car.
Blew the motor. That's why he towed. And it puts us under yellow. Barnes and Gillen also coming down. What happened here with Wallace? Curious why the 08 might have been slow here.
See on board here, this was the near miss I believe he had with Moyer coming up right here. Great job avoiding that, but that got him a little sideways out of control into the apron. Oh, one ended up in the fence there. That was Barry. They wrecked again after the caution.
Eek indeed, and that's caused them to come down pit road. Isaac Wilson just pit again. So something's happened with a 93 that's caused them to come down a second time here. So it looks like they're getting some damage repairs done by the looks of things here. they're up towards the front before coming down.
Yeah, definitely just sitting in the box, getting some damage repair done there to the 93. So he's going to roll now. So that's good for him to get that car back clean and ready to compete. And to see here, Janik still going to have the lead for this restart. Not going to have the buffer he had on the previous restart, as those cars that stayed out with him and didn't take fuel dropped through the order, or took fuel only, I should say, dropped through the order a little. He's kind of the last one remaining up there.
See inside some of the cockpits as they roll into the pace laps right now. It's Janik choosing inside. Heinsohn also choosing to the inside as well. Most of the field chose inside. The first 3 cars, in fact, did, Jeremy.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that as a driver. Picking the outside of Charlotte's not that bad. It's a pretty good place to restart. Actually, you can get some good runs on the outside, especially down the backstretch out of turn 2. So if you're one of the drivers that picked the bottom and I'm behind you, it's your loss, my gain, as we see quite a few rows gained by the 09. He's going to be on the front row for a restart.
Great opportunity for him. He's able to take advantage here. Still have 16 on the lead lap. So a couple cautions have built up here in the second stage. The message is clear on the radio. Keep it smooth. It's a long race still, Jeremy.
Yeah, still a lot of time left, and every time you have one of these cautions, you really slow down the event. So that's another several minutes each time that you're here this evening than you would have been if you went green. So as a driver, you don't want to keep wrecking, because you're going to turn this into a really, really long evening if you do.
Here we go. All set for the restart. Janik. It's a little bit longer this time. First 2 cars get a great launch. Rest of the field stays bogged down. We're backing away from Charlotte.
You see Janik and Hadala there. Quite a big gap already over Holston in third, who's trying to hold off Hinson on the bottom. They're going to be side by side coming off of the 2 there as Hinson gets clear for that third position. And they're scattering down the back straightaway looking for positions.
Yeah. Oh, some more scattering about. More communications as smoke flies all over the racetrack. Some scattering about for a lot of these cars as they try to sort themselves out here in the mid-pack.
You see Giles, the car that was dominating early. He's in this picture now. SB in front of them, side by side. Knopsnyder and Giles. This is for the 8th position. Knopsnyder got into the fence there entering turn 3. He's able to keep it straight and wound up, actually. Going to get a massive run off of 4 here.
Big run for the 3. Oh, and some contact to the wall for the 82. As Janik sets the fastest lap so far. He's pulled away by a second from everybody. As Zavansto is trying to hunt his way out of trouble.
Yeah, quite a bit brewing back here. You see the 23 back up, moving forward now. He had that crash earlier. He's 2 laps down. He's going to need some yellows to get himself back into this race. He had the tow from that crash, Justin. Wasn't able to drive it back to pit road. So while that car is fixed, it put him in a massive hole moving forward.
A lot of these drivers still trying to sort themselves out. Bollinger amongst them after the repair done on that car. Able to zip on by the 82 on the outside. So a lot of sorting out by this field right now. I'm surprised at what we're seeing at the front of the field, though, with the 71. Has been able to pull off and away by 1.3, 1.4 seconds on 13 lap older tires, compared to a lot of these cars that are still trying to get the tires up to temperature.
Yeah, definitely a lot of that comes down to the cautions really help. Those heat cycles will even out those tires to where you're not feeling as much of a deficit. Later in the run, you might start to feel more of a deficit, but right now, because the temperatures are what matter more than the wear, he's doing absolutely fine out there in the lead. As you can see, those stints grow 1 lap at a time every time, and 25 out there, been the most laps with Zukov back in 7th as well.
See those stint differentials now. A lot of the drivers in the back starting to run the top. Some of the others, such as Allen, trying to run the bottom here. It's got Pollock on the outside. A little bit of a moment. This is amongst the battle to try and get to the 33. The 33 is in the lucky dog spot.
Yeah, and that's ever important right now. 16th position for the lucky dog. You get a caution, you're back on the lead lap, you're back in this fight, so needs to hang on to that. Also needs to avoid any incidents, because an incident would take away that free pass if you were involved in it.
.33's front nose is completely crumpled in, mind you. Still surprised they've been able to hold on despite the damage here. But if they were able to get the lucky dog, they can get a big opportunity to be able to get some of that damage fixed and be on the lead lap and then sort out the race from there. Meanwhile, see some battling going on with Hinson. Hinson makes his way around Ullman. Giles has now driven himself into the top 5.
We have a big wreck there out of turn 4. Chad Allen around down the front straightaway, had contact with the 92. They're starting to get it sorted back out. The caution flag was a little bit delayed right there. Heard some drivers calling it out on the radio, trying to get the yellow so that the drivers around them would safely slow down.
Back under yellow once again. Let's take a look. Black Diamond Designs replay as Wallace just drives into him.
Yeah, and that sent him hard up into the 92 there on the outside. Unfortunate for both drivers there, as you know, before Chad Allen did nothing wrong, and Alex Pollock just minding his own business on the top, got absolutely clobbered by that car after he got turned.
Now, big contact ends up setting the 4's race down to a spiral. Nowhere for Pollock to go. He was already in the wall trying to avoid it. Ends up getting collected. EOL penalty goes to 0-8 as a result of the constant caution. As Shout Allen said, he felt that was very avoidable.
And I would have to agree with Allen there. Just kind of got ran over. He was running his line, and unfortunate for him, but here comes pit stops.
Or stops coming in, and this works out well for some, not for others. We're still more than 60 laps to go in this stage. The stage with plenty that can still happen here as drivers go up on the jacks. Well, some do. Giles doesn't go on the jacks.
Interesting call by Giles. No tires here this time. That's going to be quite a tire deficit. We ran a good bit of laps, so we're going to be looking to see how that works out for him. He's made some questionable calls so far in the second stage, Justin, taking what was going to be looking to be a fairly easy night for him and making it quite difficult on himself.
So an interesting play here for the fuel only. We're at about that distance. You can make it on gas, mind you. So we continue to see interesting plays for a lot of these teams right now. So we'll see. Got some words spread up from some of these drivers right now as they work. Evan Janik from FSR is currently first on tires. Words from Evan Janik currently in second. How are you feeling in the car?
I'm really confused. What I usually do to save tires is burning them up and vice versa. So really a lot of learning right now, but just trying to stay up front and keep the track position.
And the big thing too is this is the last time you'll likely drop the car feeling like this with the build this week.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to help later. So yeah, just going to try to learn what I can for this race and get it all out because it's not going to drive the same.
So now how do you approach things the rest of the stage? There's been a lot of attrition so far in the stage.
Yeah, keeping track position. I do not want to be back there at all with everybody else. I feel very comfortable staying up front and not worrying about anybody behind me. So that's going to be the goal.
Anything else you'd like to add before I let you go back to your team?
Just thank you for doing this on a Sunday. It's usually not our day, but really appreciate you putting on the broadcast.
Good luck the rest of the way here, Evan. We'll see if we speak with you later. Thank you. Evan Janik. Right now, his organization doing its thing at the moment. Currently second on the restart, and that's interesting that it's opposite day apparently for him.
Yeah, definitely an interesting analysis from the driver there. Not quite sure what it is that he normally does to save tires that isn't working, so we don't have the exact details exactly how he chooses to drive the car, but I can say from what I've seen, it looks like he's been pushing really hard on the short runs, and that's what's been leading to a little bit of the struggles in the long runs for him, which would be reflected by the fastest lap of the evening being ran by him.
Choose has begun. Outside Janik. Giles inside. And we might have some chat warnings going over the radio as language just got crossed by the field. We have a lot of tempers flaring on the radio. So, we'll reset. The 5 of Giles on the inside, Janik on the outside, Talon, Holston, Hinson, and Knopfsnyder, Ullman and Wilson, Bollinger and Zukov, the top 10.
Yeah, definitely looking to see how that shakes out here. Giles, no tire is going to be really interesting to me to see what that does for him. I just think the tire deficit's going to be much greater than what Janik was facing on that previous run. I don't know if he's going to be able to hold on to that lead.
Still coming to 65 to go in stage 2. And for those keeping track at home, we're right now on track for a 4.5-hour race. If these drivers continue down the path of what we're doing for cautions. These drivers now inside the mark on fuel. Giles on old tires. Back underway. Top 2 get the good launch. Rest of the field settles itself down.
Yes, a good launch indeed for those two out front. Giles and Janik pulling a little bit away from this battle in behind him. Holston will clear for that 3rd position. Janik up front has a big run to the outside of Giles, so those fresh tires are probably going to make this easy work for the 71.
See them all sorted right now on the racetrack. See how long this lasts. With the 5 on the gold rubber, Janik looking to square things up for the race lead. Now poking to the outside a little bit and still can't build a run for the time being. Just trying to set something up in the dirty air.
Yeah, still looking for a way around. There's no reason to rush this pass, though. Hey, I do, you see it right here for the center of the corner. 71's just got so much more grip than the 5. He's going to get a run to the inside. There he is. He's going to get alongside that side jack. Will pull the 5 back. This pass should be completed down here in 1 and 2.
Still can't clear on by. Still no chance to clear yet. Looks like the 71 going to have the better corner speed. With this side of the racetrack, nearly clears on by. Just about gets the edge. Should clear on by next corner. That should settle things down as Brad Nelson has pit. He's had to get some damage repairs done, so something happened to the 33 car after tempers flared on the radio. 71 clears for the lead.
That dirty air is going to be on the nose of the 5 now. With the tire deficit, that should be even more of an issue for him. We can already see through 3 and 4. Janik slipping a little bit away from that 5, but Giles doing a pretty good job right now finding a spot in line there. We'll see if he can maintain that track position at all.
So, all of them settle on down here. Get regrouped. Top 14 have broken away for the rest of the pack. Barnes also on a top-off strategy. Has lost touch to the rest of the field. You see Knopsnyder. Muscle still battling in the middle portion of the pack. Resets over Caleb Hunt. As Hunt resets.
Still looking up here towards the front of the field. Janik snaking down the back straightaway, breaking that draft a little bit as we look off the front of the 39 of Hinson into the back of Hadala. And that's 5 coming back on his older tires. He's trying to make a charge at the 71 of Janik.
Yeah, right now, Hinson still trying to find a way to search. Not able to get a run high side. Resets as Hatawa takes the peak instead. Now looking to take that run for second. Giles covers it off. And the 5's doing a solid job despite the older rubber to stay up here.
Yeah, that's exactly right. He's doing a great job right now, holding off Atala's charge that time. That gives Hinson a good run to the inside of that 09. His 39 machine, they'll be side by side for that third position. Giles still holding on second. He's not falling off of Janik at all. Just really right there above the exit of the corners where you can see it just push a little bit for him. But if he can mitigate this and hold on to it for another 10, 15 laps, it might start to even out for him.
Doing impressively so far, yes. Coming up near halfway, and the stage coming up pretty soon, by the way. As here comes Henson to the outside. Tallow forced to take a shallow line in the American Eagle machine. Henson clears on by a high side. The 39 drives its way to third.
Still working that high side there off turn 4. Gonna be just clear of 09. Was still looking there, taking a peek to the inside, but yeah, you look off the back of this, Bollinger back up to P5. He's been a player tonight. We'll see if he can start to reel in this top 4 in front of him and get himself back in the picture for the race lead.
Yes, indeed. Nicely done on that mark right now as Bollinger joins the conversation. Being in the pit lane for 23 seconds earlier on in the caution periods. Seen him be able to control things fairly well in the race lead here tonight. Just has to be able to work hard to close up the draft as Hatawa hits the wall in front of him. Seems to be doing a good job to keep the car smooth in the 53 machine on these short to mid runs.
Yeah, he's been doing a great job for sure, and yeah, great recovery from that pit stop issue earlier. See hearing some stuff over the radio right now, and there was a car slow there in turn 3. Rayshawn Winkfield slow off of turn 4 now. That car multiple laps down, but he's able to. Oh, and we have one spinning through the grass in the front stretch.
It's Pollock. Pollock's in the grass. We're still green. Somehow we're still green as Pollock had bounced around the track after contact with the 29 of Thornton. Broke the suspension of the Black Diamond Designs machine, and then went for a tumble into the grass.
He was straddling the apron there, and then he got some help there on exit. I believe that was the 4 car who we saw turned a little bit earlier on his own. So the 92 there, like you said, went for a nice little ride through the grass here, but that car is not any worse for wear.
And well, would you believe Pollock, despite what appears to be a broken chassis, is still on the racetrack? That car is swaying in the corners.
Yeah, I believe he already had that damage before the trip through the grass, so definitely been a long evening for him in the 92. You can see the Black Diamond Design scheme there looking good on the racetrack, but a lot of damage and just some stuff hindering their performance right now for him.
Started off well in terms of being able to move up in positions, not anymore. Isaac Wilson also trying to move up some spots. Following the incident earlier on. pass-through penalty. Car 29, Joshua Allen, for causing an incident during that run. So Thornton will have to come down pit road and serve a pass-through.
Yeah, they called it for aggressive driving, so we, not great for him in 29 saying that he's parking it. He is not happy about what transpired here.
A rough night for him as Wilson makes the move on Holston to take 6th position away fully. That's the tough thing in a race like this. When you get bounced around even more so, it's absolutely costly in terms of the mindset, in terms of the car, in terms of the points that you have on the line.
Yeah, I was able to find the incident for the 29 car that they penalized on my own here, and just unfortunate for him. He was trying to side draft and a bit of netcode happened, but he was also several laps down racing drivers really hard, so I understand the perspective of the penalty being issued there, and he's going to call it a night. As we continue to look live here, these two have fallen off the leader, and Giles up there in front of him. Giles has settled into that 2nd position. Janik with the tire advantage, definitely starting to stretch it out over the 5, but the 5 has found a good place in line to ride.
Side-by-side builds up again in the pack. This is the tough thing right now, is trying to find a way on through. Let's take a look at a replay here. What happened?
Taking a look at Hinson's battle that we were just watching live, these two actually been caught by the group behind them, which just kind of stacked up a little bit. It looks like down here into 1 and 2, I believe I did see some tire smoke live, wasn't quite sure what it was from. Oh, he got into the back end of the 09 in front of him.
Still stay green. They now try and gather it back up. Still plenty of laps to work with in the stage, just past the halfway point in stage 2. A lot of these drivers seem to be almost attracted to that outside wall, I've noticed, every single corner exit.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to get up into the fence here, especially with how hard you have to push the car around this racetrack, and it gets a little bit tight on exit, and that's where you see the right front start to cook as you look off the back bumper here. Holston in behind. Ullman, we haven't talked about him too much. He's in 7th right now, doing a really good job keeping in touch with the lead pack. Big dive from the 8 there. Man, if that thing didn't stick on the bottom, that could have been trouble.
Yeah, could have been disastrous there, but able to keep things calm. Decent run for John Ullman, looking like top 10 speed here tonight. The Slim Chickens machine has been able to pick its spots tonight.
Yeah, he's been doing a really good job, and as the night goes on and the track cools down, he might be able to get some even more pace out of that 34 car and come around as more of a player, as these guys are still throwing haymakers back and forth at each other for racing for the 5th position here from Hinson on back, and then Hadala just in front of them as well in 4th.
So taking off is Janik now, by the way, for the race lead, 1.3, 1.4 seconds over Giles this run. So look at him up front. Reaching lap traffic up Pollock. And whatever struggles he had before, seems like he's rectified them, at least for now, to be able to build up this buffer over the rest of the pack as he gets a big whiff of dirty air.
Yeah, not only did he get dirty air, he also hit the apron a little bit there, set himself sliding up the racetrack, but he did not lift at all. He stayed completely committed to it. He's going to go under that lapped car here now down into turn 3. 92 is going to give him plenty of space to complete that pass respectfully. Janik definitely riding the ship right now, though, so looking to keep those tires on, but he still has quite a bit to go on this run, so just because it's looking great right now doesn't mean it's going to hang on. He needs to continue doing what he's doing.
The outside, the 339 still trying to make some moves. Way up the track, Holston has the preferred line to the inside right now. The outside and 3 and 4 is just starting to die. Caution, caution. Turn 3. And we're back under yellow as Allen took a wiggle and went through Fisher. We're back under yellow.
Some disagreeing on the radio between the drivers involved in this incident here. We'll take a look at our Black Diamond Design replay. Yeah, I don't think the 3 was quite as high as I think he thinks he was, and Allen just kind of washed up into his door.
Sparks in our caution, yes indeed. And a lot of these drivers are starting to see patience wear away. And the amount of tire sets that are going to be in bulk are slowly wearing away also here too with these cautions.
Yeah, they are definitely starting to slip away from these drivers, but that long green flag run in the first stage, that gave them some additional sets on the map for how many you can take per, every certain amount of laps, so they get another green flag run at any point in this race. I don't think it should be a real concern, but these drivers will definitely all be coming down for 4 tires here.
This, for some people, might be the 3rd time having the drivers... Oh, we have contact and a caution! The 3 and the 96 just hit each other in the queue for pit road.
See, those were the 2 in the wreck. We'll see if there's any more to come of this. Looks like the 3's going to pull down into his box. We'll have to get a look at what happened between those 2 and see if there was some intention behind the contact. I'd say so.
Yeah, this is kind of getting wild for some of these drivers. Yeah.
If they're hot now, I mean, they still got over half this race left, so definitely not the situation you want to be in to be this upset, this angry. Early C23 car, some massive damage on the left front of that car. We know he doesn't have a fast repair left, so that's something he's going to have to repair throughout the race naturally.
Let's take an opportunity to speak with someone we haven't spoken to throughout the season. Jared Knopfsnyder. Munsto's on the lead lap. Let's take the opportunity to speak with him. Jared Knopfsnyder, do you have a copy?
Yes, I do.
Welcome to the broadcast booth. How has it been a part of the blender that has been this race so far in terms of position?
It's been tough. We've been loose and really tight on the longer runs, so we've been trying to fix that. But other than that, we're having a fun time out here.
Well, glad you're having fun so far here. What's been the most difficult thing about this race tonight as we take the choose?
Just watching out for everybody else. I know that we've been having a little bumping and running most of the times, especially these longer runs. It's just been hard trying to adjust everybody and trying to figure out where everybody's going.
So, let you get back to the rest of your team. Important warnings over the radio.
Yep, 10-4.
Jared Knopfsnyder taking the time to speak with us. The whole field just got a warning to calm down. To put it quite simply, the field is getting a full warning, a last warning for these incidents, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's a warranted warning with what we've been seeing, especially with the intentional contact under that caution, but it's a long night here, like we were saying just before, and if it's getting out of hand on lap 163, I don't know if I want to see what it's going to look like on 363.
So coming to the green. Drivers stay out again. It's an Ullman. Muscles who come down, who stay out rounder. Barnes and Zach White up here also. Backing away. Good start for the 39. We're back to green.
Really good launch there on the inside for Henson. It's going to pull Barnes through with him side by side with Ullman looking for that second position. It's pizza versus chicken, and Domino's is going to win out there. Gets the P2, and they're going to be side by side. That's Janet coming in behind for P3.
Quickly, the fresh tires zipping on by, near 30 lap difference on the rubber. Some people are starting to worry about the tire sets that have been burned through this stage. See a lot of different speed differentials through this stage here. So Colston trying to make a move to the inside. Something's happened to Bollinger. He's now amongst those that have parked it in this one. As the 8 drives by, the 39 and the 27 quickly go up high.
And those are fresher tires quickly working their way by those that stayed out, as we see the top 4 now currently with tires on those cars. So Giles up to 4 fresh tires right now, working to see if he can find his way back to the lead. It's been a frustrating stage 2 for the 5, just buried himself and hasn't been able to recapture that track position he once held.
Yes, indeed. You see them trying to battle it out right now. Once the front runners, Janik starting to pull away a bit. Coming up to 33 to go in the stage as the 5 searches for clean air. Tries to build up the run on Holston. Couldn't get it built up this time as Holston gets the block.
Holston looking to hold that 5 behind him. At the same time, he's trying to work on picking up second position as well, playing a little bit of defense to set up the offensive attack moving forward. I just don't know how long he can hold that 5 behind him, though. I still think Giles has the raw pace in that car to be the best car on the track, and if he can find a way around, he's going to move forward. He's looking for it right now. Outside, turn 1 and 2, he's going to get to the top of the 8, carry momentum down the back straight, and he'll be side by side, headed down towards turn 3.
Poke to the inside for the 09. Giles trying to get the run now on Hatawa to keep up with Janik. Now on equal rubber. Know how good the 5 is on the long runs. See him just backing up the corner. That's the important thing. Trying to make sure doesn't burn them up in the short run, as we talked about. Just backing up his corners, letting the raw speed and talent pull him forward.
Yeah, definitely starting to come forward for Giles here. The 09, though, still hanging tough on the outside line. They're going to get close here off a turn. Oh, heavy contact with the wall for the 09. That's going to hurt his momentum. He's going to have to side draft the 5 really hard to keep it side by side down here in the 1 and 2.
Able to clear. Goes by the FLN machine. And the FLN machine drives into the wall. Is there any damage picked up from that? No. Of the camera angle to be able to search around, you see how much speed just carry around this place. Don't realize until you're at the racetrack itself how sunken to the ground these grandstands are compared to the rest of the facility, where just poke your head out and then you have to land, where these stands just shallowly come out of the ground here in Concord.
Yeah, definitely still looking at all of that as well. Giles, though, we'll take a look here back. Knob Snyder on the inside right now. It's SV working behind him, and the 78 of Hunt there on the outside. These guys still battling for the 6th position. They're 4 seconds off the lead, but these drivers have progressed nicely into the top 10 this evening. We saw them battling a little further back earlier, and now here they are up inside points-paying positions as we close in on the end of Stage 2.
See the 82, we were just speaking with him. Oh no, he turns the 78! Caution flag is out. Up the track they go into traffic.
Collected the 91 there behind them, and then the... Oh man, they're still wrecking. Oh, another one just piled into this. What is happening here? Drivers were not slowing down for the caution and piled into that wreck. That went from a 2-car, 3-car incident to nearly 5 or 6.
A stack up and a big one. 82 taking responsibility on the radio right into the path of Zukov. Nothing he can do.
At this point, the caution is out, and 33 just came by and clobbered the 82 after the fact and gave themselves a ton of damage.
Here's a look from Zukot's view. It's a fair bit back for the incident. And then, spin right there. Sticks high. Hello.
Yeah, unfortunate there. As we were on board Zukov, you saw just nowhere to go, and then got a little bit of a hit right there, and felt better pulling down in front of those cars. Pulled the brakes and waited for him to get by, and he was able to roll back to pit road.
Here's 33's view. Nelson, as mentioned, had just driven into it. Caution's out, caution's out. Picks the lane, picks wrong. Didn't slow down, try to thread the needle.
Yeah, his onboard shows there wasn't much he could do to avoid contact once he got there, but the issue was the amount of speed he carried in there is what put him in the position where he couldn't make an evasive maneuver. Some heavy damage out of the 33 car.
Let's take a commercial break. Stage 2 continues. You're watching Ballin' TV.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iracing.com.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. For anything on iRacing, there's just one name you need, Makoni.
With the launch of Makoni Entertainment and Makoni Competizone alongside Makoni Setup Shop, we now provide the best of the best in setups, paint schemes, coaching, broadcasting, and event organization.
With cars across all 4 license classes, we have what you need to hit the track with confidence. Grab a subscription and save money while going fast at MakoniSetupShop.com/subscriptions.
And remember, at Makoni Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Welcome back, everyone, to Charlotte. Still 25 to go in this first stage as we reach the 2-hour mark in the race. We've lost about half the field so far, Jeremy. We're not at lap 200 yet.
Yeah, and that's with fast repairs. I actually was having a thought to myself, where would we be if we didn't have those? But we're getting to a point in this race where these guys are on their last car, to say, so they need to keep these clean. Janik, though, big launch from that restart. They're side-by-side for a second, but Giles is going to clear the 09 and start to march back forward, trying to get back to Evan Janik in the 71.
So far, it's been a chaotic one at this point. I'm not sure what else to really say other than what do you say if you're part of this field, if you're a team owner. I will give credit to Gio Valenti. He's back on the racetrack after all those repairs done on the car. So the 35 could potentially still come with the top half of the field finish with all the DNFs that have built up in this one. Some of these drivers just... It's going to be interesting how they try and keep it clean here.
Yeah, we're definitely still looking to manage this race. A little over 20 to go to the end of the stage, but you do need to keep that car in one piece. I mean, look at your ticker right now on the left side of your screen. There's 11 cars on the lead lap of this race. Everybody else has faced adversity, been involved in incidents. There's still over half the race left. You need to keep the car clean, be there at the end. You can't win this race if you keep getting caught up in incidents, and that's why we've seen a lot of guys in the top 10 right now aren't names we really talked about all day, because they're the ones that have kept their car clean.
An interesting moment for a lot of these teams right now, a lot of these drivers. We're down to 11 on the lead lap, by the way. As they all get sorted together at this point. Right now, Janik trying to hold out in front of Giles, up at the very front of the field, by the way. Top two have built up a buffer on this short run. They are on older rubber. Christian Barnes is the first on fresh tires. The Munstos try to make some inroads. Joshua Gillen doing decent to be able to keep up here. We'll lose a spot this time to 27.
So have a 27 there for 1 and 2, all over that paint at the bottom of the racetrack, keeping that car hooked up on the bottom. Gave him a nice run on the 09 of Hadala here. So he's going to make an attempt at this pass side by side coming off turn 4. Going to be pretty even down the front straightaway, not going to clear him yet.
So able to get rotation to clear on by. Now Tawa able to slip his way ahead and get the edge now as the inside line opens up for Gillen. Side by side between the 10 and the 09. No place for Hinson to go. And it's like an absolute carousel in terms of the strategization right now with the different strategies that are coming out. It's interesting what's going on in terms of these different lines right now. In terms of this rotation of things, something's going to have to give if people want to be able to make sure we get the long runs. I will have to say that, though.
Yeah, we're still looking to find those long runs. Obviously have a scheduled caution coming up pretty quickly here, so we see a note from our producer DJ Bear asking for break a piece of that Kit Kat bar off for him, so might be getting a little bit hungry there behind the buttons. But meanwhile, we still have just a little under 20 to go in this stage. Janik and Giles up front, close battling for the lead, but Barnes is coming in on them pretty quickly right now.
See that run once again built up 39. And a spin in the wall goes Zukov. And another yellow. Oh, and he gets hit up the track. Gonna be an interesting replay to look at here as rear and front end damage with the 91 this time. Black Dominant Times replay.
Take a look here, Zukov. Contact from SB in behind in the 16 sends him hard into the outside wall. He locked up the brakes, had it perfectly in place. All you can ask for is a driver in behind, and wow. Oh, that was actually some netcode there. I'll give credit where it's due. That driver should have missed that crash. That's quite unfortunate.
Yeah, that was a mile and a half of air. I don't even think the 35 got damage from that.
That was quite egregious netcode for sure. Those cars were not close, so additional damage from a 91 potentially from it as it shot his car up the racetrack so aggressively, but man, that's really, really bad.
Wow. That was interesting. As another one comes down to the pit lane for significant repair damage. No meatball flag for Zukov, but it is a very demolished race car. Lucky dog, Chad Allen, by the way, so he's gotten some luck. He's one of just 2 drivers 1 lap down in this field. So, how do you keep yourself busy in the cockpit yourself when you have precautions like this in a long race that's full distance, Jeremy?
I shouldn't admit to this, but usually it's pulling out the cell phone and just scrolling through some Twitter while we're pacing. Maybe had an incident or two throughout my career with doing that. Definitely not the most advisable thing to do, but I mean, I don't know. At this point, there's so few cars in the lead lap, you're not really stressing over where you're running now. Maybe just pull up Spotify on the old computer and listen to some music until the stage ends or something.
I mean, could be worse. Shout out once again for those here on TikTok, by the way, and not just on YouTube tonight. Hope you're enjoying this broadcast while we go TikTok around Charlotte. That sounded like the old way of saying TikTok, but these drivers continue to really use up a lot of time in this stage. Still on pace for a similar average compared to the first stage, though, give or take. Just with less green flag laps by a significant margin.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's a Kesha reference that we could find somewhere in there along those lines, but we're going to get this restart going. Hopefully they can get some good green flag racing to the end of this stage, and then we'll have another caution where they'll come down. Definitely all going to take fuels and tires, set themselves up for the third stage, and that'll be our halftime break, Justin. There'll still be another half of the race remaining when we get to that caution.
Janik, Giles, Barnes, Gillen on the first two spots of rows. And we'll get all sorted out here. Janik's led plenty of laps tonight, looking to keep things going. Here we go. 214 laps to go in the race. 14 laps in the stage itself. Green flag is out. Back underway.
See a long line of cars on the inside of the racetrack. There was our lapped cars and drivers that have been repairing damage but aren't able to choose when they come to choose each time. So not too many side-by-side up front, but Giles and Janik clear as they're going to be battling for second and behind. I think that was the 09 got pretty loose there in fifth.
Yeah, still holds on to it though. 71 tries to run away. Gillen doing a decent job being able to maintain up at the front of the field. Oh, loose moment for Giles. Hit the bit of the wall as he sticks it out. The rest of the field settles on in. You see the 10 trying to wrap it around as more wall contact for the front two.
Gotta be careful with that. You can hit it a lot in the next gen car, but you hit it wrong just once, it could be terminal for that race car. So you gotta be really careful to keep the suspension intact. Oh, contacting behind! What a save! That's Hattala down on the inside. I don't know how he held on to that race car.
These drivers are trying really hard to not have race cars on the lead lap at this rate. Let's take a look again at the 09 machine. Black Diamond Designs replay.
Down on the inside, all the way to the high side, there was a 39 above him, and they just meet in the middle and exit. Gives that 09 a nice ride through the AstroTurf down there here at Charlotte, but he got it back going straight and was able to keep it rolling.
Able to control that now. And try and hold on. So, look up towards the front. Barnes is pushing. Slightly fresher tires than your leaders. He's trying to build up the run as they go side by side for the lead. Does Barnes push the issue? No, he'll just push the 71.
Always really interesting decision to make as a driver when they're side by side in front of you. Who to go with to better your positioning. It looks like he made the right choices. It gets him to the outside of Giles in the 5. Move him to P2 with a big move to the inside of Janik. He's looking for the lead down here in 3 and 4. He's going to dive into the bottom. Clear for the lead. Put Barnes to P1.
Able to make the move to the race lead. Barnes basically for the first time tonight. Up in front. Less than 10 to go in the stage. He looks to set sail. Next nearest on his strategy is Hinson, then Adam Holston, who's on even fresher tires, is driving his way on through.
Holston's going to get clear of the 39 there to the back bumper of the 5. They're side by side in front of him now. Giles and Janik. Who's he going to go if he looks to the inside to push the 5 car forward? That'll put him side by side with Janik for P3. Giles back to P2.
Able to slip on through goes Holston. Oh, a bit of a wiggle for Giles. He tries to block off the run from FSR. Holston takes the wiggles as he makes the charge outside. Holston takes away second from the high side on the move.
Holston's still looking there on the high side. Going to get a big run here off of turn 2. He's going to be able to gap that 5 car by a bit here down the back straightaway. We'll see if he has anything to catch up to Barnes in the 27 up there in the lead.
Can he steal away a stage victory? He's got 6 laps to do it. Last time by, he was slower than Barnes. This time by, while making a pass, he was 2/10 quicker. Meanwhile, some of the others looking to gain some ground, include Hinson, currently holding on to the last spot of the stage point. Now Janik all the way to the inside of the block.
An aggressive move there, but the 39 is going to get up in front of the 71. That's going to bring Ullman and the 34 side by side with Janik. Janik, we saw starting to right the ship this stage, maybe started to look like he was figuring it out. All of a sudden, it's falling back to P6.
Up front, Holston on the charge, ready to try and get himself in position for the pass. Try to set himself high side, middle line by Barnes. Holston, a lot of speed mid-corner. Plenty of time to get this done, coming to 4 laps to go.
Still looking for a way around the 27 of Barnes. Nothing to it here, and 1 and 2 is going to have to set up another charge. Runs a little bit higher here. Gets the clean air on the nose of that car. Still working those fresh tires. Gets another run here down the back straightaway. Where's he going to go in 3 and 4?
Time trying to set it up inside. Goes on the paint. Causes the wiggles. Still couldn't get the run to be able to poke along for the inside. Going to have to do it from the high side.
Still nothing to it there for V8. Looking for any way around the 27 as they continue to gap Giles behind them in P3. Here comes the move in the 3 and 4. Not quite all the way alongside, but he's going to get there now. Huge run on the bottom of the racetrack. Can't quite clear. Barnes into 27. They'll be side by side down the front straightaway.
2 to go. Holston resets again. Now he tries an arc. Gets a whiff of dirty air, pushes up the hill. Barnes sticks it out for now. Coming up to the white flag in this stage, this time around. Holston looks to try and get a hole shot lined up. Gets the run down the front stretch. Can he get alongside? No place to go. Tries it middle again, tries another arc.
Nothing there for 1 and 2. Barnes going to have full control of the clean air down in the 3 and 4. It's going to take a lot out of the 8 to make this pass down in the final turn. All the 27 has to do is block the run to the bottom of the racetrack. He's going to hold that dirty air on the nose of the 8. Big dive, though, by Holston.
Holston trying to reach out at Barnes. Not going to be doing it. Barnes gets it over Holston in the stage. Cody Giles, 3rd, Ullman and Hinson. Hinson should say, rounding out the top 5. So it's Christian Barnes who picks up the stage at the halfway point here from Charlotte. Let's take a break. We're under caution here at the Mystic Racing League here from Charlotte.
lost in this world so wild. Tried to find my footing, but I stumbled like a child. Fell into some shadows, couldn't see the light ahead. I know you've been worried by the tears that you have shed. Mended right. The storms may have tried to break me, but I found my guiding light. Every step I take from here is for you and all your grace. I'll keep you in my prayers, Mama, as I find my rightful place. So hold your head high. The darkness is behind. Mama, I'm coming home to the love I know I'll find. In your arms I'll rest tonight. No more tears, no more fight. Just the warmth of your embrace and the love that sets things right.
Welcome back, everyone, to tonight's coverage of the Mystic Racing League as we get ready for a restart. 12 cars on the lead lap. It's been an interesting one so far, Jeremy. Lots of caution flags, but we get ready for stage 3 now.
Yeah, definitely looking to move forward here in the third stage. A lot of drivers will be looking to keep these cars clean, maybe see some green flag runs here. We have less cars out on the racetrack now through that attrition, so we should be able to see these guys take good care of each other and keep that equipment moving forward.
And now we see how this all fares out here with John Ullman on the outside. Everyone, of course, taking tires here. Janik in third, Barnes in fourth, Giles and Hinson the top 6. So, after some chaos so far, the message is take care of each other. It's a long race. The lights are on. This track is going to change and how much speed it's going to have to, Jeremy.
Yeah, it's almost a new race now as the track has gone through massive changes. We ran 200 laps. Now we have another 200 here to go. So, going to be able to treat this as something completely different if you're in the cockpit of one of those cars.
There goes the pace car. Speed resets again. Green flag is out. Back it away. Olsen gets a good launch and runs away in the FSR car.
And definitely a strong launch there from the 8. See Janik looking for a way around the row in front of him. Got to the bottom behind Barnes. Barnes going to clear Ullman there on the top. That leaves Janik on the inside with Giles coming in behind him.
A lot of people trying to settle on down. Others trying to settle on up. Caution, here we go again. Another yellow flag, and we're back in the yellow.
Saw something going on with the 92 of Alex Pollock. Looks like he may have been involved in an incident once again here.
Now let's take a look. Wow. There's some air.
Seen that be a common theme tonight as we've been taking a look at these Black Diamond design replays. Is a lot of netcode been out there. We mentioned at the beginning of the show they were on Australian servers this evening, and Charlotte's not a track that's known for being typically lenient with the netcode. See a lot of incidents under normal circumstances, so might be what's leading to a bit of an exaggeration for that.
Incident under review. And again, caution, spree cautions. There is no incident limit in this series. Caleb Hunt does get an EOL as cost caution. Here's the look from Hunt.
I guess, I'm not sure exactly the procedure with the way they call these, but I don't know what more of a 78 could have done there to avoid an incident. I mean, he was a few feet to the left of the car in front of him, Justin.
Yeah, but nothing much else I can really say other than under caution. And you got the cause. Adam Holston currently in the lead. Adam Holston, how are things going up front for you?
It's going pretty good. Done a pretty good job of surviving and just staying up front. And right there at that stage, I did a little tire strategy and flip-flopped it on them and, you know, kind of burn a set for the stage position. But, you know, I'll take it. I got the pole off pit road, and it's a good race.
Apparently, someone in the TikTok chat said Adam dabs #1. So someone's dabbing you up in terms of the run so far. But how tricky has been trying to keep up with the transitions with the racetrack and how much things have changed as the night's gone on?
It's definitely a struggle for me. It seems like the track's tightening up as it cools off for me, and I just can't really get it to rotate on the long run for you know, I just can't really get what Evan Janik or the Five's doing up there.
So we'll see how this restart goes. Thank you for the time, Adam.
All right, thanks, sir.
Adam Holston for 5-Star Racing. Sent to go as the control car. Janik is playing with the pace car. Still 91 to go in stage 3.
Gonna see if they can settle in on this restart here. Definitely don't want to see another incident like that, but you know, it's kind of out of the driver's hands on an incident like that one. Just so much netcode between those two cars.
So Valenti, for those curious, has gotten up to 25th. 50 laps down. Can potentially get as high as 20th. Plenty of cars, multiple laps down, still running in the race. Restart underway. Good start by Holston. Still gets the whole shot on Janik. Able to clear on by as the two FSR cars up front.
Yeah, another great launch there. Janik gonna hold the bottom really good here off of turn 2. It's gonna give him a run to the inside of the 8. Saw somebody in the wall there in the background, but they keep it clean and green side by side for the lead. Turn 3, Evan Janik.
Janik going for it quickly. Takes it, makes it. Able to get the edge up in front. And now looks to hope it stays green. Still very Duska-like on the straightaway. It's not gotten into full brightness from the lights quite yet. Visibility is still going to play a bit of a factor as Giles goes for a run.
Giles still on the bottom there, going to clear Barnes here. That's for the 4th position. Giles dominated early in this race, took a massive lead, but we have just not seen that same pace out of the 5 since. In fairness, though, we haven't really seen the run go long enough to benefit what's been the long run pace that the 5 excelled at, so he's looking for some green flag racing so he can flex some muscle again.
A lot of people scraping the wall down and bumping and banging back there. Yeah, we'll stick it out for now. See how things swing amongst these drivers right now. We know Giles has the ability, if you give him clean air, to run away here. He's right now not taking the opportunity to make some of these passes yet as Ullman sets the fastest lap of the race as they continue to get faster and faster. In fact, the entire top 5 just set their fastest laps last time by.
The sun is going down, the lights are turning on, the track temps are down, and the speeds are up. The track temp is all the way down to 85 degrees right now, so a lot cooler than what we saw earlier in the race, and significantly cooler than what we saw in qualifying, where it was 117 degrees on the track surface.
Let's take a look at what happened here on the replay. Walk down the sides, replay the view from the 8. Not sure. Yeah, drives up to the wall. Just hits the fence.
Should be okay to continue on, and it does look like he is, as he's still hanging in tough there off the back bumper of the 27 of Barnes. Holston still in the top 5 after that contact.
So, he drops on back as a result there. Holston has had his car fade back a bit during the course of runs throughout this entire evening. They're clear on by Cody Giles, up to 2nd. Giles played up at 29.7 last time by.
Be interesting to see if the cooler track temps help Janik out. You know, we heard him earlier when he talked to us talking about struggling to save those tires. Can he find a way to find more longevity in that 71 and to continue to hold on to this lead?
That's the big question mark. Is Jolie reeling on in the 71 again? Just can't get the run to be able to get alongside quite yet. Going to take a little bit of time to reset. So, what's going through your mind as a driver now that you've passed the halfway point of this race and knowing lights are on, track going to be switching conditions, lots of opportunities to make passes, the field's build up attrition. What would be going through your mind with all of this going on with how this has progressed tonight?
Yeah, I mean, it really is such a massive change from what we saw earlier, and these drivers are going to really need to find what their car is going to do best now. And I think with Charlotte, it doesn't really change the way you're feeling necessarily too much. It really just changes the speeds, but it will definitely affect the fall off and the way the car falls off, which is where Janik is hoping that goes his way, but Giles is all over the back bumper of our leader.
Still hasn't been able to poke around though. Here comes Giles. He looks outside. Would take a swing for the race lead. No, he backs up the corner. Just waiting for the opportunity to strike as the 71's tires keep on eating up that clean air. Giles seems to be letting the car come to him in terms of the 71's car rather than forcing this issue right now.
Yeah, he's doing a good job just being patient, running his race, running his line. Got a little bit close to the wall there, might even just have scraped it a little bit as we saw some sparks flying off the 5 car off of turn 4.
Yeah, he's been doing that all race in the dirty air, I've noticed. where he just fades up a little bit off corner exit, like right there. He's been flirting with that outside wall all night long.
That's fine to do because he's keeping some clean air on the nose. You just got to be careful that you don't lose the nose of the car when you do it, because that's where you see it pushing a little bit higher than you want to again there at turn 4. He has a pretty decent run down the front straightaway here, but I don't see anywhere to go with it, but he's looking to find a hole.
Still trying to find a way to poke and prod. No place to send it yet. Still elects to wait. The caution game continues. Oh, there it goes! Janik gets loose off of 4. Hit a little bit too much of the apron, and now it's Giles in the lead.
And the rear tires on the 71 are not going to like that. They're going to be pretty hot and sliding for a couple laps here after a moment like that as we take a look at the Black Diamond design replay of how the 71 lost the lead.
Just got too low, quite simply. Rode on the paint. Should we want to stick to the line, but not that low. Ends up hitting a bit of the flat, loses the ground, loses the lead.
Taking a while, but Giles finally recovered all the way back to P1 here. We'll see if he's able to pull away like he did earlier on in this event and gap the field behind him.
Able to go to the gap more so now, yes. So, we look at Hatawa running 6th. 30.6s right now, 3/10 off the leader. Some drivers are starting to really fall off and fade outside the top 3.
Yeah, we hear some drivers on the radio right now discussing the netcode going on in the sim. Janik was asking Giles if he was actually in the wall for his netcode contact, because netcode doesn't always with the car. Sometimes you see somebody hit the wall in front of you and didn't even actually hit it. And CV8 getting to it there on the outside of the 10 here as Holston has slipped a little bit back after being in the front of this field, about to fall to the 8th position behind Gillen in the 10.
Oh, a bit of contact there between the 8 and the 10 almost. Right now, Gillen. This is one of his best runs of the race so far. Able to slip his way up to 7th. Haven't seen much of the 10 up towards the front at times this season. But tonight has stayed out of trouble, kept the car clean, has been able to just move his way forward on the long runs.
That's what a 600-mile race can do for you as a driver. It gives you a chance to let other people defeat themselves and let you come and show what you're made of. The 10 car done a great job all evening, keeping the car in great condition, and he's being rewarded for it right now, running a P7. And he can go run down those guys in front of him. There's no reason he can't.
Yeah, absolutely. See the move again, trying to poke around John Ullman. Ullman holds firm on the high side, just trying to build some runs for the end of the straightaways, or down the start of the straightaways at least, in this fight. So, it's going to be important to think about for a lot of these teams, trying to strategize when you want to go for green flag stops, because it's almost looking like we might get to that point for the first time all night, Jeremy. Not to jinx it, we're still early, but there is a chance here with how things are going on this track as you see the battle for 5th.
Yeah, definitely starting to get closer to that window as we go. Obviously, they can stretch out fuel quite a bit more than the optimal pit lap. They should pit somewhere around halfway between the runs, split it in half. That's typically the best way to go about it here at Charlotte. So we'll see if that works out for any of these drivers, and going to be coming down for those tires and fuel, and you got to execute those green flag stops. Cannot afford a penalty.
Yeah, penalties in this type of race are going to be very costly of at least a couple laps tonight. You don't want to put yourself behind as a result of a speeding penalty or better yet, a crash into that barrier for the Roval section that is popped up here. Right now, Gillen is the one who takes 5th instead, as both the 34 and the 09 battle themselves away. Speaking of fading away, Janik is fading. He bounced off the wall a couple laps ago. Now he is going the wrong way in terms of speed.
He loses a position in the barns there. That'll mitigate him to the 3rd position. Still quite a gap behind him, back to 4th though with the 39 of Hinson. So still a chance here for the 71 to just take time with his tires, cool them back down, make this last the rest of his run. As we saw there down the backstretch of over 5, Giles is starting to stretch that gap back out like we saw earlier on in the race.
Still searching around some of the other cars, by the way. Zach White. Yeah, Zach White is up to 8th. This is a rare moment for the 77. He's usually been bounced around and been involved in incidents. Keeping it clean right now. Running an awkward line like an NR 2003 AI, but he's making it work.
You saw him down the middle of the backstretch there, but P8 right now, he's capitalized on many other drivers' misfortune tonight, and he's keeping his car clean. And if that's the line he has to run to feel comfortable in a race like this, more power to him. There's no reason not to do it.
Yeah. And now, see how some of these runs hold on for many of these drivers. If we keep on going, there's a chance we lap inside the top 10, by the way. Just on the average pace Cody Giles is putting up front, the 30.8s. Some of the others are running as low as 30.6, 31.6s on track. SP is the one holding on to a top 10 at the moment in the 16 machine.
Saw the lap times there on the left side of your screen. White's actually one of the faster cars right now back there in the P8 position, so he's going to be able to keep coming forward on some of those guys in front of him. But SB done a great job tonight keeping that car clean. You see him catching to the back bumper of the 8 of Holston in front of him. It's been quite a bit faster than the 8 car last time by. We'll be able to see if that trend continues here for SB. That time by about 0.4 of a second. Once again, SB hunting down Holston in the 8.
Error move by Holston. Trying to defend SB's run. SB's quicker though. Last time by, SB was 0.4 quicker as he makes the move. Bit of a checkup up the road. Zach White backed out of the gas because Atawa nearly scraped Ullman. The 77 being very cautious about cars going side by side in front of him.
Yeah, White definitely exercising some caution now as these two are still side by side in front of him. We see that 77 still running that line down off the wall, waiting for these two to settle out the battle in front of him. As he rolls up on them, though, they can't get clear of each other, and that's bringing them really close to the picture.
Still even down the straightaway. Bit of a wall contact for the 34. Ullman preferring to run the wall, but too high that time. Tawa clears by in the FLM machine. They're going to take 6th.
And we saw those two had contact off turn 4 the previous time around. They were able to settle it out now this time. That's going to give White the opportunity to set up a run on Ullman. He's going to get a run to the inside here down the front straightaway. He thinks better of it, though. Doesn't want to go for the move just yet.
Them all bundled together. SB is able to close up a decent bit, actually, because all these drivers have slowed each other up 0.4 per lap. And the past 5 laps, SB has been as quick as 0.4 quicker than Atawa and Ullman. Now he's taking a middle. Elects to go side by side to the inside instead. Nearly thought about 3 wide on the both of the cars in front. As White wraps the bottom. Zach White now slides as he tries to give a small squeeze up. The 09 flares him down.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a squeeze up there from Zach White, but the 09 definitely pinching him to the bottom equally as well. SP looking in the middle, he makes contact with the 09. The 09's going to hold on to that one right there. Not very happy with SP, though, after that one.
That was a very big send for the Black Diamond Designs replay. Tiny bit of air involved, but not a lot. That was close to the fender.
Yeah, this is one of those incidents that I think looked like they would have hit either way. I don't believe the netcode was the main contributing factor. Yeah, I mean, they were going to hit either way. 16 just went in there a little bit too deep and got in the back one for the 09, but Hadala did a great job keeping that car together in one piece, and he's going to be able to keep it going forward here as they're side by side up there between White and SP still.
SP's quicker. But White's got the bottom of the racetrack rolling right now. Looks like SP able to clear on by with the pull down the back straightaway. The 16 is able to move up. No, the 77. In fact, SP just had a lot of tightness in 3 and 4. Looked like he had the position well and comfortable.
I definitely think the 77's got some more grip in those tires right now, but he's just running that awkward line that sort of minimizes just how fast he can potentially run. He's not running to the maximum pace of that car right now, but he's doing a good job, and he's up to the 6th position. And he's putting a little bit of a gap between himself and the 16 now after that.
So as we continue on with the race here and think about the build opportunities, do want to touch upon one thing for the rear world here today. Dodge coming back into NASCAR was a big talking point in real life today, as it was officially confirmed for the Truck Series with the eventual hope to go to the Cup Series. Your thoughts on Dodge jumping back into the mix?
Yeah, it's great for the sport to have a manufacturer coming back. Also saw a Stern bomb today that Honda is pretty close in talks with NASCAR as well for joining the Cup Series, which that would be a real big shakeup. That'd be a completely new manufacturer. So that'd be something fun as well. Get another Cup car out there, a 4th one to work with, and I mean, always a good thing to be expanding.
It's a good thing in terms of the diversity, and I'm curious how many a lot of these teams would switch to a Dodge with how many faux Dodges we've seen with those running Toyotas on paint schemes. Caleb Hunt just indicated he is coming down pit road and is coming down right now, by the way. So some people are starting their pit stops now in the run as we are almost halfway through this stage.
Yeah, almost halfway through. We've had some yellows, though, so expect some people to go a little bit past the halfway mark to make that stop and splitting the run in half, rather than splitting it exactly in half of what would be the stage length, as we see Holston still holding off. I believe that's a lap car behind him there, actually. Not fighting for position with Andrew Allen.
Yes, indeed. See right now, some of the drivers laps down, making some inroads. Allen back in 15th, 3 laps down, has not been able to wiggle his way back in the lead lap. Richie Kine is currently the one in the lucky dog spot, 1 lap down. And the tough thing is, we know the 96 has decent speed, but tonight the luck hasn't been there to rise up to the occasion.
Yeah, definitely been fighting through some adversity, but still in the 15th position. Unfortunately, 3 laps down, that would be tough to recover from, but won't be a terrible finish, at least for him. 15th is not too bad, so as long as he keeps going, he's going to have an okay night out of it, and some more guys could wreck, and he could still gain some more positions.
Yeah, some opportunity if there's a lot more attrition, which there hasn't been right now, is the 8. Peels down on the apron. Adam Holston, where is he going?
almost got the fence there. That was a weird moment from Holston. I'm not sure what happened in that car. Just took a hard left down the back straightaway onto the apron.
Wonder if he had a screen failure or something. Blacked out and decides replay. Yeah. Goes, just sails to the left. Then it's like, oh no! I don't know what to say other than he's lucky he didn't crash the car to bring us under caution.
Yeah, definitely fortunate there, but he was able to keep continuing forward. We have a first of our takers on the lead lap. The 34 of Ullman has hit pit road for his green flag pit stop.
And he does it right at about just past halfway, in fact. So green flag stops for the first time all night here from Charlotte. Also coming in this time by is going to be Evan Janik.
Do expect to see our leader Giles continue on the racetrack a little longer. He doesn't have too much pressure in behind from these undercuts, so he can afford to run these tires longer, hit a more optimal pit lap for himself. But it'll be interesting to see if Janik pulls any more of our front runners down the pit road. He was running P3 as he made this pit stop.
Good moves there, as we'll see how this goes on the pit cycle. Cody Giles just called on the radio. He's coming in this time by. So the race leader is coming on in. Pretty calm entry. Just tries to keep it smooth to the cone. Does.
So, important stop here for Giles. He's going to need to get in and off pit road cleanly. Obviously, we've already seen the entry. Very clean there. Just make sure you don't speed at any point in pit road. And stuff we haven't hit on, Justin, because this is our first green flag stops of the night, is the pit exit here. Very treacherous, very bumpy on the apron for 1 and 2. We see drivers correct themselves across the service all the time leaving pit road at Charlotte.
Especially if they hit the grate, for example, that's built up around the inside part of the racetrack. Olsen appears to be also down the pit lane right now.
So we'll take a look at Giles leaving pit road here, and you'll get to take a look at those bumps that we mentioned here. Down here on the apron, see it just bouncing around, and it's just really tough right here. Right there is a big one right there. You get nice and low here, and once you get to the cone, you can get back up on the racing surface.
Able to get up no problem. Take a look at Christian Barnes, now the leader on track by your 8 seconds.
Holston wrecked leaving pit road.
Oh no! We've had an issue, as you said. We stay green. Holston hits the grate that we just talked about in the bumps.
See if he was leaving pit road and he gets over that what you were talking about, and the rear tires are just going to light up right there. You see him dipping into the racetrack, the track slamming the ground, and that's what sent him down into the infield. And no damage to that race car, but a lot of time lost.
Lost plenty of time on the racetrack and now has to reset. All this is while Barnes still keeps going on his call. It looks like he's going to keep going for now, as long as he can. The window goes to as far as about 67, 68 laps or so, give or take, on the fuel tank.
I like this call from Barnes. You can go a bit longer. Why not be aggressive? Maybe you catch the yellow and put those guys that you've been racing a lap down and flip yourself out in front. So as long as Giles is pinned a lap down right now and everybody else back there, I think this is a good move by the 27.
Great opportunity to be able to try something different. See the full darkness starting to really overlay on the racetrack here. He, Zach White, Jackson Hotella, and Chad Allen are all the drivers attempting this strategy at the moment. Giles cycled ahead of Janik. In fact, Cody Giles is almost in range to unlap himself here. Caution! He got the caution! Under yellow as Reggie Kime has hit the pit wall.
That is exactly what the 27 of Barnes was hoping for. As we take a look at the Black Diamond Design replay of a 9, just overshot pit road and hit the barrels a ton head on. Wow.
It just caught he was coming down pit road. And now he mixes things up on strategy again with 41 to go. That was avoidable.
Yeah, he had to abort the pit. He had to abort the pit entry. Sorry, to avoid that. He would have to have pulled back up on the racing surface, but he just didn't make that decision. Kept trying to pull it down on the pit road, and that's how he made the heavy contact with the barrels. And now we see Barnes going to get to execute his pit stop under yellow, forcing his competitors to take the wave around with a free pass in the case of the 5, and that will be a massive advantage to the 27.
So pit stops underway. Barnes, White, Hatawa, all getting lucky there. Same for Chad Allen. Now get him track position, force everybody else to have to take a wave around here. Giles, believe, got the lucky dog. Yes, he did. This caution flag. So that pins drivers like Janik, Gillen, Ullman, Hinson, SB, Fisher, and Holston, all in the one lap down club. Pit stop's complete for Barnes. He remains up front. We'll take a break. We're under caution. Here from Charlotte. More coverage of the Mystic Racing League coming up after this.
Down a dirt road where the wildflowers bloom, she came a-walking like a storm in June. Her hair was fire, her eyes a fierce light. Goodness gracious, ain't she hellacious tonight? Stomp those boots on the old wooden floor, took the whole bar by the hand and more. Her voice rang out like a silver bell. Goodness gracious, ain't she hellacious as well? Oh, the moonlight dances on her skin, whispering secrets with the wind. A heart like hers you can't control. Goodness gracious, ain't she hellacious for your soul? In the twilight she casts a spell. Every cowboy sinks inside her well, with a laugh that makes the devils cry. Goodness gracious, ain't she hellacious, oh my. Through the fields where the wild grass grows, she's a wild one and heaven knows. A firebird with wings unfurled. Goodness gracious, ain't she hellacious in this world? On her skin, whispering secrets with the wind. A heart like hers you can't control. Goodness gracious, ain't she hellacious for your soul? fields and gold. Old trucks rolling down that dusty road. Worked hard all week, now it's time to play. Gonna let it loose in our favorite way.
Spent the days in the field, breaking my back. Calloused hands and muddy boots, that's a fact. Clock hit 5, I'm out the door. Heading to the place where we dance on the floor.
Raise your glass to the weekend's call. Let's make a night we can recall. No worries about tomorrow's grind. Just friends and fun for a real good time.
Let's unwind at the old stomping grounds, where the music's loud and the spirits are proud. Kick off your shoes, dance in the dirt. Forget the pain, let your heart flirt. Only at the old stomping grounds.
Bonfires burning, smell of grill in the air. Guitars picking, laughs we all share. Moonlight shines on that worn-out barn, where stories are told and we leave behind our scars. Under the stars we feel so alive. With every cheer we thrive and survive. Nothing like a country night to set you free. It's our way of life, just you and me. Let's unwind at the old stomping grounds, where the music's loud and the spirits are proud. Kick off your shoes, dance in the dirt.
Welcome back, everyone, to Charlotte. Caution flags mixing things up. Lots of wave arounds. This caution brings us to 10 on the lead lap. Interesting enough, Fisher, Holston are amongst those who do not take wave arounds and took tires instead, or got pinned behind the other leaders. Only one person on the outside, everybody else on the inside, with the way things are shaped up for the restart. 36 to go in this stage. Green flag is out. Tao actually timed it up very well. Now gets to blend himself down as Zach White had a problem getting fired off.
That is one of the more awkward restarts you will ever see on the sim. Only one car on the outside line due to wave arounds, lucky dog penalties, and just only having a handful of cars on the lead lap. But they're all going to settle in now. We see the top two have broken away, and White is side by side back here with the 92. I believe that's actually a lapped car. That's yeah, that's Pollock. So you got a big mix here of some lapped cars in front of some lead lap cars too.
Now Polk once again to get around some of that. Giles trying to find a way to get on through. First lap shot by the 77. No place to take the run as they stay side by side as the lap traffic works as a bottleneck.
See, it's still side by side off of 4 here. White getting really tight on the inside. Pollock in the outside wall there. Giles nowhere to go. He got into the back of Pollock. Send him into the outside wall hard. We're under caution.
Back under yellow. And that was predictable. Pollock destroyed. Apologies on the radio. And we're back under yellow.
Giles on the lead lap just looking for a way through there. Made a mistake as we take a look at the Black Diamond Designs replay here. You see the 92 gets tied up off this corner with some aero help from the 77. Not much of anything the 5 could do there. Got into the back bumper trying to avoid him.
That hard lick now resets the field and helps out those on the wave arounds. Yeah, just big checkup Constantina effect. And that will definitely be a fast repair moment for the 92 machine as a result.
If he has one remaining, unsure at this point in the race if he does. He's been a driver who has been caught up in some issues, and it doesn't look like he does. He's coming back on the racetrack with that right front exposed, and that toe has seen better days.
Almost wonder if he missed his pit stall. Said he went through pit road but didn't pit. So.
That's still fast, okay.
Yes, you see the fast repair account. And yeah, yeah, you can see Pollock did use it. So this might be race done.
I see almost the entire field has used one, so scrolling through there, and the only ones, our top 8 there all have a fast repair remaining, as well as Holston back there in 11th, so this will be terminal for the 92.
Repairs getting done on that car still. Christian Barnes up in front. Hatawa, White, Giles has not gotten a penalty there, so I don't think they've given cause of caution there as a result of the incident. And interesting enough, those who took the wave outside of Janik and Chad Allen did not take sets. Allen, I should say, was amongst those that got in a situation to get up front but chose not to stay up front and pit again.
Yeah, so number stop there, and see on the right side of your screen there, Holston down on pit road as well. That was a 14-second stop. Looks like he probably took some tires there, and was White look behind Hadala under yellow here. We're going to come choose this time by. We're going to get another restart with just 30 to go here in stage number 3.
So now we set up under the yellow. Into the choose. Gonna have a fair bit amount of cars on the outside this time. So Barnes on the inside, outside Hatawa, White and Giles, the top 4, Gillen and Ullman up there. Then it's gonna be Hinson and Janik. Espy and Allen. The rest of the running order, Holston is now on the lead lap with the lucky dog.
See our...
No. You're saying?
I was just saying, see our field coming down the backstretch here. Some people in the back still trying to get sorted out, but going to be interesting to see how Barnes holds up here on this restart now. Everybody got a chance to reset with that yellow, so not that advantage is gone in terms of tires, really, but he still has the lead.
So now we set back up with 30 to go in the stage. We've crossed the 3-hour mark, by the way, in this race. We're on par for more than 4 hours. Green flag's out, back underway. Christian Barnes pulls away. And runs away up in front as Giles takes himself to 3rd.
See a massive run there through the center of the corner to 5, and Giles is going to get to the inside of the 09 here for a P2 down the back straightaway. Found some really good momentum in that second lane through 1 and 2. He'll clear him down here in 3 and 4.
Giles to 2nd. And the rest of the field looks to try and keep themselves clean. Pollock staying in pit road for damage repair. For the most part, staying single file off this restart and off this sequence now. So you see how far the 5 can get here. See some side-by-side building up behind them, though. Ullman inside. Hinson electing to run the high side. Gets the power down to make the move. Oh, and a bit of wall contact. The 77 is slow. Zach White with a bad corner.
They were trying the wreck there for return. Still, oh, that's a big wreck. Zach White to the outside wall. Oh my God, the 22 just absolutely destroyed the 70. Look at that right rear tire. It's completely perpendicular to the racetrack.
Caution is out, and we're back under yellow. Well, we were looking to talk to Zach White about his good run. It just ended. The glass slipper just got thrown into the dumpster.
That is shades of Alex Bowman at Michigan today. I mean, that is a terrible hit for a 77. And the 22 coming in after too. Oh man, that was just awful looking for a 77 car. He had done such a great job tonight too. So unfortunate for White.
Extremely unfortunate. Take a look once again. Yeah, there's Wade. There's the crash. Hard hit. Nowhere to go for Fisher.
And Allen is well caught up in it. I know White made the mistake on his own off of turn 4, but he had it straightened away and he was going to be okay. And the 3 just got into the back bumper and turned him entering turn 1. So we'll take a look on board Allen here. In front of him is Fisher, who obviously we will see with the massive contact, which leads to the collection of Allen as well.
Cause of caution going to Wade. There's a look as Allen pushed in. Gets some contact as well. And they all stack up like Legos.
I don't know if Zach White has a direct drive wheel or not, but I've heard of people taking hits like that and genuinely hurting their wrist when you hit that hard, so I certainly hope that driver is okay, because he took 2 massive licks in that one.
Then everyone piles on in. Holston picked up some contact in that too. So, more crashes, more yellows. And this is going to see us with Barnes still leading over Giles, Janik, and Hinson. Now the lineup. Drivers in the pit lane with repairs include Allen, White, Fisher, and Andrew Allen. Forgot there was the second of the Allens in chat tonight. So, 9 clean cars left, Jeremy. That's the big story here with the attrition.
Yeah, just a lot of stuff has been torn up here. It's a car owner's nightmare. We're going to have just under 25 to go in the stage when they choose this time by here. Looking like Giles is going to go pick the outside of the front row with Barnes on the bottom. But it's going to be interesting. We still can see a lot of cars. There's just so much time left. And I mean, you got to finish the race. You can't wreck. You have to finish the race if you're going to have a chance. So these guys up front, they've done a good job all night long. These are the ones that have been in it, but still time for something to go wrong.
Coming up to green with 124 laps to go. So we'll see how this stage now goes.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa. That's too damn bad. Where's the ticket?
I am not sure why that just went off, but okay. So, we look to keep things on the train tracks as we fight to keep that on the tracks. Well, the field's trying to make sure they fight to keep themselves on track for a finish. Any type of finish. Here we go. Barnes over Giles. Green flag is out, back and away. Inside line goes, outside doesn't.
Not the launch the 5 was looking for there. Janik will easily clear him for second. Giles going to have to settle to slide into the 3rd position here, entering turn 1. See if Janik can build a run here on the back bumper 27. He's going to get right to his back bumper. He's inside of him down the back straightaway.
Side by side for the lead. Janik takes the point. So the 71 now leads. Giles trying to retake second.
Still side by side here, down in the turn 1. 5 of Giles going to get just barely not clear of the 27. Still looking to take that position here up off of turn 2. Janik liking what he sees in the mirror. You see White, we just saw the massive wreck before. He was a driver with a fast repair remaining. He is back on the racetrack. Unfortunately, though, with such a large hit, he was not able to drive that car back to pit road, had to tow, and this will put him 3 laps down, essentially out of the race.
Yeah, now, for a lot of these competitors, it's can they finish right now. Jeffrey Fisher, 2 laps down, is still running, by the way, in the lucky dog spot if we were getting there yellow. Holston, take a look at him. Appears to have gotten the car fixed up after the contact in that incident. Crowley trying to close up to Espy in the choo-choo tray.
Yeah, still rolling forward there in the 8th, 16. We've hit on him many times tonight, doing a good job. And you see side-by-side up here in front of him, looking for a way around Ullman. A great move to be inside there by Hadala. And he's going to be side-by-side down in the turn 3, looking to clear of a 34. Not quite going to have that much momentum, though. We'll be side-by-side down the front straightaway.
Side-by-side for position. Ullman works up high. Hatawa quicker on the bottom. Paints the blue line like precision. Able to make the move, no issue in the FLM car.
A good move there for him. That puts him into the 5th position, looking to chase down the 39 of Hinson, another driver who's just been hanging around in the top 5 for most of the evening. And we'll see if the 09 can get to him before the end of this stage.
Keep an eye on that, absolutely. See some Musgraves picked up the road, but it's been a good race for Hinson. Showed speed to be able to contend with the leaders all throughout the night. The top 5 car when he's kept it clean. Still looking to finish out things well in these stages here as we're under 20 laps to go on the stage.
Yeah, still a lot of race left. Obviously, over a quarter of the event still remains. So these guys need to get to the end of this stage. They all have plenty of fuel and tires to do so, and then we'll have another round of pit stops under that yellow, and that'll set us up for our last segment to the finish, as these guys are starting to look at the points, though, right now that'll pay out here in a handful of laps.
Yes, indeed. So, see if there's any moves from Giles now. Giles trying to find a way to coil up a run. Last time they were in this situation, Janik hit the apron, opened the door for Giles to take the lead, go from there. What will happen this time as they come around to the final stretch of this stage?
Still looking at Giles up there behind Janik, trying to look for that position in the lead. That'll pay another 10 points at the end of the stage for the stage winner. So still running there P2, not looking to make anything yet. He still has plenty of time to set up that pass. I think he's going to mind his time and make the pass when it's easiest for him instead of forcing it right now. If the 71 is still hanging on those tires.
See Janik at least trying to break the toe down the straightaways too. Still 14 to go coming up here in the stage. So we'll see what they can do in this field now is the thing. Hinson. Smutzels now battling with Hatawa, by the way, in the backdrop. 39 starting to fall off a little bit. The 09 has picked up the run. You see up the race track in the backdrop for 4th. Be able to get side by side in the Chevy.
It's still side by side. They were going to almost touch there off of turn 4. That could have been bad for both of those drivers, but they're able to stay off of one another and continue down the front straightaway. Trying to pick up the P4 position here. Hinson's hanging tough on the outside, though.
Still not backing off. Near contact. Hinson put it in the wall for a moment. Tawa tries to run low still. See from the fender how things are looking from the 09's perspective now. Still can't find a way to clear on by, then the side-by-side.
Is still fighting off one another here. It looks like this time by just gonna be enough to get clear. He's not gonna take it though. He's gonna let the 39 slide back up there on the outside line. Oh, they touched down the straightaway.
Throwing each other down the straightaway. That's not what you expect to see. Tower clears. He's able to move into the spot. Hinson drops on behind. That puts them in a swap for fourth. And Hinson still in the stage points, but don't look fast. It's Holston that looks fast himself right now to close up.
Yeah, Holston definitely with that battle was able to pull up on them for the top 5, which will be the final stage paying position. So see if Holston can make a charge on that 39 now, as this time by there's going to be 10 to go in that stage.
Ten laps to work with here in the stage. Right now at the top 3, checking out. Janik seems to be separating himself out now. The nighttime conditions go along here. So whatever was not working from earlier seems to be working. Track temp started in this race around 97-ish. It's 84 degrees Fahrenheit now.
Yeah, definitely cooled way down. Should be leveled out now around that temperature for most of the rest of the evening. But Janik, done a really good job this run, and he's looking in good shape to pick up the stage win.
Looking pretty tremendous right now to hold on if he can. In fact, things might change for second. Giles was starting to fade back for the next moments or so. Back to Barnes here. Barnes is providing pressure for second on the racetrack within 2 car lanes.
It's still a good battle here for second. Barnes done a great job this run as well. Wonder if Giles is starting to lose some of that dominant pace that we have seen earlier, or if maybe it just has something to do with the weird strategy that we've seen play out in this stage with the yellow that fell ill-timed for some and well-timed for others. But Barnes unable to capitalize on that yellow as the flurry of yellows that ensued. It took away that advantage, and he finds himself in P3.
Another decent night for the 27 machine. Still not in the win club, though. It's to find that extra little oomph if he wants a chance at that. 6 to go in the stage. Down to 8 cars on the lead lap as we've gone. By the way, Joshua Gillen has now had a technical issue after having a good night tonight. So take him out of the equation. Zach White is in the lucky dog spot now in 9th.
Yeah, still looking at that. I mean, how often do you see a guy 3 laps down in the lucky dog position there? And P9, too, to add to that. So, I mean, White could get back in the race with that.
Yeah, great opportunity. See what they have in store here. Five laps coming to 4 laps to work with. Janik is in well control, despite the fact he keeps scraping the wall down. Keeps adding scrapes to that paint scheme. I'm surprised there's still paint on the right side of the car.
Yeah, we saw something similar out of Giles earlier when he was leading too, just really flirting with the fence, pushing the boundaries of this racetrack as far as you can. I guess these drivers figure if they keep hitting it, maybe eventually it'll move for them. I don't think it quite works that way, but they're really pushing the edge of those race cars.
Right on the edge in terms of the Razor's edge on how they're handling their cars right now. Right now, Barnes trying to do something to be able to gain one more spot at least here, trying to use different lines, see if that's going to work here, but it doesn't seem like it's working enough to really be able to make a move here on the 5.
Yeah, still looking in there behind. Gonna have a chance though, still a couple laps left in the stage as we take 2 to go here. That's enough time for the 27 to build up that run on the 5, so just has to find the momentum right one corner to get a chance to get side by side with him. He's looking at the top side of 1 and 2 to try to get that done.
Trying to get something done. Looking to claw their way forward here. Another chip away effect for the 27. 1 lap to go in the stage. Final time around in stage 3 right here.
Giles looking to just stay disciplined to the bottom and keep that position here. I don't think that there's anything Barnes can do here if this battle looks over. This looks like this is where we're going to finish the stage.
Evan Janik has been up and down all throughout the night so far. 3 different stages, 3 different winners. The night's gone on. Checker flag waves, green and white checkered specifically for Evan Janik. Gets it done over Cody Giles and Christian Barnes. Then Jackson Hatawa and Gavin Hinson round out the top 5 in stage 3. So it's the 71 who picks up the stage win. We'll take a step aside. Less than 100 to go. Underway for the final stage. After this, you're watching the Mystic Racing League.
To the last lap, V-Speed's the name they can't unwrap. We're the voice, the speed, the southern pride. With V-Speed, you know we ride or die. V-Speed's the best, we light up the screen, blowing past the rest. It's a mean, mean machine. We take the crown, leave the others in the dust. They can kiss our ass, cause in V-Speed we trust. Yeah, they can kiss our ass, cause in V-Speed we trust. We're the kings of the broadcast. In V-Speed we trust. Underneath the boots of glow, our arms take flight, we didn't know. Our love's so pure, our blood's so true, but fate had other plans for me and you. From lovers to enemies, a twisted you once with all my being, but now I see you're my undoing. This war we wage, it has no end. Two souls each life forever condemned. Betrayal makes lit, while love has turned to dust. We're trapped in this eternal fight, consumed by darkness and mistrust. Oh shit, I give up.
Welcome back, everyone, to tonight's coverage of the Mystic Racing League. Running out of laps here as we are in Stage 4. We've raced for 3.5 hours here on Ballin TV. Up front, it's Evan Janik and John Ullman now. Some drivers spending up to a minute plus in their pit stalls recently, Jeremy. So some drivers having some issues here.
Yeah, still repairing damage this late in the evening, trying to get those cars into a more competitive form. So we'll see if we can find anybody else making their way back up front. Only 7 cars remain on the lead lap right now. We actually lost the 09. He fell back to 9, 2 laps down.
I believe he's now had an issue where he's parked it. Back underway. Evan Janik controls things up in front. Ullman holds on to second as SP tries to go for third.
They're still looking side by side down the back straightaway here. 3 wide there. Barnes on the inside of SB and Giles. He'll make that stick on the bottom. SB's going to back out of it. He'll be side by side with Giles now. Barnes, that is, looking for that position. That's P4.
Barnes slips alongside the 5. Giles keeps it high side, low side Barnes. Barnes, once again, he spent some extra time getting things worked on in the pit lane, appears, through that caution sequence, but still cannot find a way to clear on by as Hinson clears on by SB. Looks like the outside prevailing on the corner exit for Giles, though, to be able to clear.
Giles just looking to find a place in line to save those tires as he's done all night long. Janik out to an 8/10 of a second lead currently over Ullman there in P2, who's in front of Holston holding off that battle. Holston, though, in P3, he's gotten himself back in the hunt. We saw him have some issues earlier, fell back to the back half of the top 10, but he's back up here now with a chance in this battle.
Yes, indeed. See them battle it out on screen. Heat Machine still trying to find its way ahead to be able to try and move around Ullman. John Ullman having a very good run here in tonight. Has showed he can compete at this racetrack. Has top 10 speed. Well, we're down less than 10 on the lead lap, but that's not as strong of a statement as it can be. But at times on the short run, he's been showing good speed on these restarts.
Yeah, good short run speed for sure. Definitely something to build on, especially as it gets later in the night. I've talked about in the past short run speed on these races that are day to night transitions. You can get more out of that short run pace when it's, big move down here down the backstretch. They're going to end up single filing out though, but you can build short run speed into long run speed on a cooler racetrack. It's easier to take care of your tires, and you see those guys that are typically struggling on the long runs on the hotter tracks find more success.
So we'll see if Holston's able to get a hole shot alongside here as Giles now goes in the inside. Tries a little bit of a side draft attempt down the straightaway. And the 5 now looks to clear, force the 8 up, doesn't get a checkup. And that's the hard thing throughout this entire night, is actually completing the passes here has been a challenge for these drivers at some points. There's been a lot of side-by-side for multiple laps, unless you just fire it up the inside and stick it.
Yeah, definitely tough when you're side-by-side in those battles to see a lapped car there on the bottom, maybe merging up in front of these guys. It's going to be tight entering turn 3, but they give each other enough space to get through that. But Holston in the 8 still hanging tough on the outside of Giles in the 5, who's looking for a way to settle into that 3rd position so he can set his sights on Ullman in the 34.
That's still looking to clear. 5 has the faster edge. The 8's got the better runs down the straightaways from the high side. There it is, right there, able to clear the 3. Holston lets him on go as he ducks back in line after chewing up some of his tires there. 87 laps to go. Next up is the 34.
Giles going to try to make this pass quickly. As you can see the gap on the left side of the screen there, Janik with the biggest lead he has seen tonight, really, and really the only guy we've seen pull away quite like that other than Giles. So Giles now 2P2, clears the 34 quickly, just like he needed to. He's going to try to chase down that 71.
Now that's the tough thing right now. 1.7 seconds, Jeremy. That's the deficit the 5 needs to close. Earlier today, the 5, it took about 30 laps to pull that distance away for the race lead. So it's not going to be an easy feat to close up all that ground without destroying the tires.
The question there, though, is Janik got out to that gap so quickly, so early in a run. Did he hurt his tires building that gap over this field behind him? And could that lead to him falling back to Giles quicker than one might expect?
Yes, indeed. There's Barnes. He's now in line trying to pass by Ullman as Ullman's tires now start to fade. So we've reached 14 laps of the run, give or take, for these drivers. Everyone's starting to queue up a little bit as 34 loses ground just marginally down through these corners right now. See right there, struggling to rotate to get to the bottom of the racetrack. Barnes with the poke, pressurizing Ullman. Ullman still gets the power off at least to clear.
A good run there down the backstretch. You see Holston still right there in front of them. Giles trying to stretch it out on this group a little bit. He is inching away from them, but the gap to Janik staying pretty stable right now. Giles not making much inroads on that just yet.
Just can't close up right now. So, how do you try and set this up now is the question. We've seen that be a difficult answer to get throughout the night, it seems. Sometimes the top works, sometimes the bottom.
Yeah, definitely when we move further into the runs, you'll start to see the multi-groove be even more viable as the older tires start to like moving around the racetrack, finding grip anywhere that they can. That's when you start to see the top line really come in, and that's when the racing can get really interesting as these guys start to lose grip as well. As you see one in the wall there in the background, that's Fisher. It's a lapped car.
So far, just can't seem to chew away the gap. It's better on entry, Barnes is right now. Ullman continues to slip away. He cannot stick to the blue line, it looks like, here around this racetrack.
And that only gets more difficult as we move longer into this evening. As we talked about earlier, this is a tiring event, 600 miles. The mental fatigue, the mental fog at this point starts to build for these drivers, and you've done the same thing for the last nearly 4 hours now, and at what point does that start to really dig into these drivers' mind, too?
Indeed. Here comes the run to the inside. There's the slip up that Woman makes to open up the door for Barnes. Barnes trying to make the poke. Gets the run. Gets it done. Just needs to finish the deal out of the corner and does. Barnes moves up. Next up is Holston.
And you'll notice in front of Holston, Giles has started to separate himself from this group, pulled away from them, and he is starting to close in on Janik Barnes to the inside of Holston now for third. He's coming quickly as well, and he's going to clear him. That's another position gain for Barnes, put him in the P3 in the 27 Dominoes machine.
Back on the podium. Did lose a fair bit of ground on the track. They're still squabbling it out behind them. Holston, bad corner. Ullman blocks him off, and now lap traffic's trying to battle with them. That's Jeffrey Fisher, 34 laps down. Making some moves, open the door for Hinson to join in on the fun too.
Yeah, Hinson back in the picture here. We're still going to be side by side. He's going to slide back in behind the 8 down the back straightaway. Ullman up to the 4th position there. He's got to run down towards the back of, I believe that's Fisher in front of him. That is the lap car of the 22. So still trying to hold off that 8 behind him after picking up that position in the 39 as well, hounding the back bumper of Holston.
Yeah, right there. Hinson's just trying to find the rotation down once again on the corner exit. Still can't find a way to get back alongside. What's kind of going through your mind on how this race has played out here tonight with all the attrition that's built up? Now we've finally gotten to these long runs to establish the end of this one.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see what we saw in the long runs earlier in the evening really develop as Giles has started to make huge gains on Janik up there for the lead and Barnes as well. So I think the 71 has once again overused those Goodyear Eagles, and he's going to start to slip backwards here. And I don't know if he's going to have the cautions to lean on like he has most of the evening, as at this point there's just not as many cars out there, and it's far less likely we see another crash.
Indeed, here we go. Hinson seems to be now in position to make the move. Just that outside just continues to have the power down to be able to build up runs, and they will not back off each other with these attempts on passes. Hinson now taking the opportunity to try the outside himself here. Take advantage of the gate, doesn't make this work.
Still looking there on the inside there of Ullman. Holston's got a pretty even run there into 1 and 2. He's going to get a little bit tight on exit here, but it's going to give the 34 some good momentum down the back straightaway again. And Hinson's just got nowhere to go with these two side by side in front of him.
A bit of a checkup. Ullman now stays in front of Hinson. Hinson pushes too far up, hits the wall. That's going to cost him a chance, maybe. No, Holston pushed up as there goes the swap. There's a look at the 5, by the way. As they've taken the lead away, Janik has slipped away. He's fallen back. It was 1.6 seconds a moment ago.
Yeah, Giles got to the 71, made no time at all making that pass. He got the 71 really loose off of turn 2. So we're going to take a look here at the Black Diamond Designs replay. You'll see it there. Arrow on the back of the 71, gets him sideways, gives him a big gap, gets right away from him.
Disastrous moment there for a quick bit. Able to hold on. That's put him up for grabs for Barnes. Now the right rear tire. It's heated up. Able to make that move. Barnes up to second.
Janik looking for a crossover there on Barnes. He's going to get side by side again down the back straightaway here. Gonna be able to fire it down off here in 3 and 4. Not gonna be enough to clear the 27. Lane swap this time. The 27 will get the run off the high side. He'll clear the 71 Janet for P2.
Good pass, good move. Now looks to set up. Barnes right now 1.2 seconds back on that. Meanwhile, how things are going with Henson and Ullman and Holston. Henson finally gets on through them all. Downside, they lost 5 seconds to the leaders from their fight. My goodness.
Yeah, I think that's a combination of Giles just being the fastest car on the track at this point in the run, and those guys battling really exaggerated those gaps. But actually, Barnes is the fastest guy on the track, now 2 times faster than Giles. We haven't seen anybody with this long run pace all night compared to Giles, and Barnes has seemed to found quite a bit of pace here. That's a lot of time right there to be gaining in 1 lap.
Good speed built up once again by the 5 to be able to control things up front. But Barnes is yet again proving the leader just cannot seem to break away. He's gaining a little bit of ground right now. It's going to get interesting how the rest of this now fares out in this one. And remember, we're inside the window to make it on fuel from here on out. We're in the pit window, Jeremy.
Yeah, we are in the pit window. It'd be early to stop right now, though. You'd be asking a lot out of those tires to go to the end from here, so still looking for them to take it to about halfway through the stage, split it in half like many of the drivers did in stage 2. But you could see some in earlier, and you could see some try to run it a little bit longer as well to try to make some time towards the end of the race with the freshest tires.
Here comes an error battle. They just will not quit, some of these cars, in terms of the fighting. It's like they will separate back out now as Ullman's tires seem to now be fading quickly for his chances here. Same for Barnes. He's now faded off a little bit. It's pulled away from Janik, who's now fallen to the 31 flats. 30.9s and 8s for the race leaders. Barnes needs to be a 1/10 of a second quicker a lap on average just to equal to the 5.
We saw that moment there where Barnes had just that little bit of extra speed, but it looks like Giles has turned it back up and the 27 has fallen off just a little, and that lead is starting to grow now, but Barnes still looking really solid in P2. He can hang on to this gap until the pit cycle. He might be able to mount a better charge on the next run if he can do a better job with his tires.
Take a lot of improvement right now for the long run. He's going to have a chance to save things. That time he got an 8. Needs a consistent 8. And then a consistent fall-off band compared to Giles to really chew away and chip away at this gap. Coming up to 62 laps to go, Jeremy. What are the keys now to be able to finish out this race right as Giles hits the wall?
Well, one of the keys would be to stop doing that. You don't want to put yourself on the fence when you're leading the race out here on your own, and that actually cost a lot of momentum for the 5 down the front straightaway, and you can damage the race car and put yourself in a terrible spot. But right now you got to start thinking pit stops. You got to execute that pit stop like you did earlier. You can't speed. You got to get as much as you can on entry, get as much as you can on exit, and make that stop and trip in and out of pit road as quick as you can. The in and out laps are going to be super important.
Going to be critical. Absolutely. Now seeing Giles maintain the distance now. He's now fallen to the 31-second bracket. Fall-off band has officially reached about 1.5 seconds here for these fixed sets. I remember the last time we went long on the green flag. He went and pit about 2 laps past the halfway point. So we'll see how far he stretches it. By the way, Espy is now getting reeled on in by Holston. In terms of those wondering about battle boxes on separations, they're down to 4/10 to the 16.
Yeah, doing a good job there for sure, up into that 5th position for him. And he'll continue to chase down Hinson in front of him. He's been very good on the long runs here tonight as we take a look back here with, there's White, who had the issues earlier. Showing that long run speed is still there on 77. Unfortunately, he's just mired 2 laps down due to that incident occurring and having to tow his car back to pit road. It was unable to drive back.
There's a look at Zach White. He is still in the lucky dog spot. Needs 2 cautions to be able to join back in on the ball game, though. He's on his own lap. That's the thing. As long as he doesn't wreck the car, it's a top 10 run for the 77.
And that is a good finish for him for sure. And I think if you told him coming into the race tonight that he was going to finish 8th, he'd be quite happy with that. Maybe right now in the car, a little disappointed because he's showing he has the pace to beat a few of the guys in front of him if he was on their lap. But, you know, with the situation he's in, unfortunately, he's not going to be able to be afforded that opportunity without some help from some cautions here.
Bit of an awkward line as he tries to avoid being anywhere close to the 8 machine. Michael Wade a bit around the racetrack there. We'll see how this traffic plays a factor in this fight now. It's in the backdrop of these two. 8's coming in. Holston's coming to pit road now.
First of our lead lap cars to take his swing down pit road here. Good entry for him, so we'll see how he plays this here. Should be 4 tires and fuel. Not expecting a 2-tire stop here, although Charlotte is a track it can work. Typically it's more so in the day when there's a lot less grip out there than there is at night. Got it in his box good.
No issues to be able to get in the stall this time around. It looks like just a little bit further than the optimal box. Off and away. No issues. And now, window in full swing. Who will take a chance to respond? We'll see. Bit of a play to hope that the undercut works here for the 8 machine.
Saw a really conservative pit exit there. He was one of the guys who wrecked them. Yeah, spun himself actually earlier leaving pit road, so he took it really easy right there and made sure not to make that mistake again.
Meanwhile, Cody Giles still doing his thing. Still up by 1.2 seconds. Marginally quicker right now by a couple hundredths to Christian Barnes right now. Although the average just went equal this past time by for the past 5. Right now, Giles seems well in command and keeping calm with how things have gone this race. He has not faltered in these big moments on long runs.
Yeah, he's done a great job all night, but Barnes is definitely keeping him honest right now. This is the closest we've seen anybody to him on the long run, so Barnes within distance that he could still win this race if he can capitalize through his pit cycle well and just needs a little more speed on the back end of the run next run, but he can definitely save enough on those tires because it's so marginal what he needs right here.
See him being careful on throttle. Giles is still scraping the wall down, but still no major wall contact for the 5. Remember in the rear world Coke 600, Larson actually spun with lines like we're seeing with Giles from the lead, then eventually didn't finish. Will anything like that happen today? Well, you don't want to risk it. You don't want to replicate the rear world car.
Yeah, definitely don't want to see that mistake. Is watching, they're both going to bypass the pit road entry here, so Gonna be interesting to see when they blink first. I would assume Barnes stops before Giles with the undercut, but you know, does the 5 feel the pressure from the car behind them, try to undercut the car running P2 as we only have 50 to go here in the 600?
Here we go, more pit stops. It's John Oman's turn. Keeps strategy simple, pit to the halfway mark. Looks like he's able to stop at the box, no issues this time. Let's see who comes in for the service.
Number 4 tire stop here for him, so he'll be down and way out of his box now.
See where he cycles compared to the 8. Well, Holston has already cycled a well ways ahead. 7-8 seconds with the undercut. That's worked out well for the 8.
Consecutive laps there by Barnes, losing a couple tenths to Giles in front of him. I think I'd be in this time if I was driving the 27, as the tires have fallen off just a little bit too much. You need to make that stop now before you keep leading.
No indication of any peel down for the 27. Janik's run is completely fallen off to him. 5 seconds now back of the 27 here. Olson's in a good spot to be able to cycle to a decent position here. Hearing more pit stops indicated on the radio from the 3. As 27 still rumbles its way around in clean space.
Another tenth of a second that time by there. He's losing time every lap he stays out on the racetrack right now.
SP is in. SP's pitting. Race control did ask for drivers to call for pit road calls. Lanty also in. Wade is also in. So everyone making their scheduled service here efficiently as they can. What's been our cleanest run all night?
Saw that time there. Barnes found some more. That lap time was a little bit quicker than the leader. Everybody's fallen to a second and a half back. At the start of the cycle, he was a second back. Both these drivers running the cycle along. Just don't know how much longer Barnes can stay out here chasing the leader. You gotta be the first one in.
Still no signs of any calls for a pit road. And have to leave it to a spot where can't allow for a response back quickly. The 5. Still, a lot can happen over the course of the stint. Holston, 15 seconds over John Ullman from his pit call.
Yeah, and that's what the undercut can do, and that's why at this point for Barnes, he's fallen far enough back that he's given Giles the opportunity to, even if Barnes gets in a lap earlier, Giles should be able to come in the next time by and still have a good chance of keeping the lead, which is not what the 27 wanted to see. As you see some lap cars up there in front of Giles, might cause a little bit of a problem for this lap, but that lead is still growing for the 5, so unsure when the 27's planning on coming down, but it's starting to look better and better for the 5 on the strategy.
Can confirm there was an incident that did cost him the time for the 34. Valenti was hit by Ullman as 35 pit from the second line. Apparently he's pit a second time, or planning to at least, with some more damage. 27 coming on in. Christian Barnes is going to respond first. Here he goes down pit road.
He's executing this slowing down here. Yes, he did, but it wasn't too bad, and it didn't upset the car. He was able to get it down to pit speed, so that could have been worse for Barnes. He has a chance to still make this pit cycle work out for him as best as he can.
as now they peel on down. But it was scraped to the left side, but no damages, it looks like, to the car. Heard a call from the 5, believe, as well as they respond. Giles responds immediately.
Barnes is going to have to hustle this outlap to have any chance to get out in front of the 5. It's going to be a small chance. I don't think he's going to be able to. He fell a little bit too far back, but you know, if the 5 has even just a little hiccup on his stop, he could have a chance to come out with the lead.
Janik is still going on the racetrack, by the way. Janik hoping for a caution flag at this point. Giles already done the service. We'll see where things cycle. Adam Holston actually will cycle in front of them both. So Holston is the net leader by about a full corner or two for now. But how long will that last as Giles does cycle behind Barnes despite only a 1 lap difference?
Barnes definitely was... Oh, almost had big contact with Janik there. That was a possibly big mistake from Janik on the bottom, but you see the gap between Barnes and Giles. That's quite a big gap, so Barnes definitely was able to execute better than the 5, which is where that came from, on top of having the lap earlier stop, but that's more than just 1 lap of tires, that gap.
The pit estimate, 1.3 seconds lost in the box alone. That is a lot of time net that Giles lost in pit road. And now, it could potentially cost him the win.
Barnes is definitely in a great spot here. He's going to be able to race the 5 defensively this run while saving his tires. That could definitely lead to putting him in a position late where, when we saw the pace more even, he might be able to hold off Giles.
Meanwhile, Janik continues to stretch out this run. His cushion for the lead, only 23 seconds. He's led hundreds of laps tonight. But it's been a struggle, as he said earlier in one of our interviews, in terms of trying to figure out what's going on to save tire. Will be the last time for this league with this package before things change for next Friday.
Yeah, definitely could be. I wonder how much longer he can go on fuel. I don't think he should be able to go too much longer, so expecting to see Janik in fairly soon here with that fuel window. Oh, boy, really tight in front of that car, and that was almost really bad for Janik. That could have been major contact for your race leader.
Gino Valenti nearly ran him over. Wanting on fresher tires there. Making things a little bit more nervous there, trying to rebuild up the speed and try it again. Hinson, by the way, trying to pressurize SB for what will be possibly amongst the top 5 here in a moment or so when the 71 pits.
Yeah, SB done a great job holding on to that 5th position currently in front of Hinson. Obviously, Janik still does need to pit, so they might cycle in front of him. But it would be time for Janik to get those positions back, but just a great run out of that 16 car. We saw him struggling almost outside of the top 20 earlier in this race, but we talked about guys needing to just hold on to the car and get to the end. This is exactly why. The track's come around, he's gotten better, and he's one of the only cars out there to capitalize as they're going to unlap themselves from Janik this time.
See the move to get around, to be able to unlap themselves. 5's closed up now for the net second spot. This is now for the net lead, in fact. Holston's fallen off like a rock on the difference on tires. Holston stays high side. Barnes drives by with Giles.
Giles all over the back bumper of Barnes. He closed that gap in no time. Back to the back bumper of our in facto leader as Janik is in pit road. They'll pass him this time by. These will be the battle for your win this evening.
Here we go, side by side for the lead. Barnes allows the run inside. Giles takes it up the inside line. Barnes trying to squeeze on down. The 5 trying to wrap it to the bottom. Traffic peels back in front of them. Giles loses ground down the straightaway as he tries to send it in the corners.
Barnes has to do everything he can right now to hang on the outside of that 5. You see a bobble there from Giles on the inside. He clipped the apron, but it wasn't enough to scrub off the momentum. They're still side by side down the front straightaway.
Still not clear for the lead. Coming to 30 laps to go. This likely for the win. Giles, here it clears. Barnes gets another advantage. There is some draft now to pull ahead Henson. Or rather, Hunt is just in front of him. Oh, pushing tight with the arrow. Hunt feeding dirty air to the 5 as he tries to stick his line.
Giles had contact with Barnes because of that dirty air. Shoved the 27 into the fence almost off turn 4. Might have got him just a little bit. He got the fence again here off of turn 2. But he still holds off and he clears Giles back. Barnes keeps the lead for now.
Reset now by Giles. 29 laps to go. Zach White now peels on down and close out the pit window. Giles looks across to the inside. Barnes tried to squeeze. Giles yet again gets down to the inside. Now trying to squeeze on up. Force a bit of a side draft now with the 27.
Barnes seems accepting of giving the 5 the bottom, wanting to defend on that higher line, keeping the 5 pinned a shorter way around the racetrack, pinching off those exits, but the 27's tight this time. They're going to be side by side, drag racing down the front straightaway. The 5 noses ahead for now.
Still no edge. Still no give in from either end. Barnes just about clears again. Will he take the inside this time? He will. No, he tried to close it but wiggled up the track to avoid the nose of the 5. Here comes Giles. He's giving himself a run.
Barnes looking for that right rear to try to pull the 5 back down the straightaway. Needs to do everything he can, playing with the air right now. Giles clearly a little bit faster than Barnes right now. This is the... Oh, they touch just a little bit there in the middle of the turn, but they're both going to stay side by side. This is incredible, Justin.
Giles nearly spooked the 27. Now he tries to keep himself painted the blue line. Can he get a force of a lift? Barnes not backing down. Just the different way these lines work, still forcing the side-by-side. They've been side-by-side for 5 consecutive laps now for this race lead.
No one wanting to give an inch. Both these drivers fighting as hard as they can for the top spot. If one of them gets it, they might not lose it. Giles knows that in the back of his mind. He has to get it while he can. He's about to clear the 27 here, but Barnes still going to keep his foot in it. Doesn't matter. Giles clear to the lead.
Cody Giles takes the lead with just 25 laps to go. And now who will close out? Can Giles hold on? Barnes, remember, was losing ground at the back end of the run before. He's got the older tires here, and Giles seems to be now pulling away.
Still 25 to go, 24 this time. That's time for Barnes to try to let these tires reset. It's not the easiest thing, but you gotta hope somehow the 5 cooked the stuff a lot, battling for that lead, let your tires come back to you and mount to charge late. I don't know if the 27 has it though.
Yeah, just cannot seem to get the same momentum here. Now it's going to be where can Giles keep it clean for 23 more circuits to be able to win one of the crown jewels in the Mystic Racing League. Less than half the field is left in this race. Attrition has cost many big names their chances here. And now, can they close out strong? Keep in mind, Evan Janik, who went long, is all the way back in 7th. That's how far back they fell back. In fact, Janik just backed off the track. Something's happened to Janik.
I think I heard him on the radio say his screen died there. Unfortunate for Janik. That'll knock him out of contention here this evening. That'll leave us 6 cars on the lead lap battling forward.
So there goes Janik's luck. Just like that. Had a chance to still get a top 5 maybe on the fresher tires. Not anymore. Now it's about just finishing out strong. More than 4 hours of racing. Has this gone the way you expected to go tonight, Jeremy, in terms of the race for more than 4 hours?
Not exactly. I mean, I don't think anybody expected this much attrition. I mean, the pylon there on the left side of the screen, we see our car in 15th, 78 laps down, so been a lot of drivers with a lot of issues tonight, but as far as what we've seen up front, we've seen great battles, we've seen our typical contenders be fast, and I don't think anybody could have questioned that was what was going to happen tonight.
Yeah, now it's about where do these drivers finish? Right now, Holston is not even in line to potentially finish in the top 6 maybe, with the way the fall-off has hit his car. Espy's already closed up and is now taking 4th on 10 lap pressure tires on the Goodyear Eagles.
Still just so impressive, Espy, tonight. He's done a great job keeping his head down and just going about his business, running his race, and he's going to get rewarded with a great finish as we run.
Great opportunity for these drivers to finish strong. See the 27 just rattling around, trying to make sure they hold on. This podium definitely in good position for Barnes. But the long run speed's not there. He's 3/10 off right now compared to the 5.
Giles has definitely lit the wick this run, pulling away much further than he had, almost nearly double the lead he had in the first run. So, definitely did some in this run better than the 27. He's going to continue to pull away these last 16 laps.
See now John Ullman being lapped. Ullman's fallen off a fair bit this run. Just the top 5 left on the lead lap. The way Holston's running, we might finish with just 4 on the lead lap. Just shows the dominant pace of the 5 on these long runs tonight.
Yeah, dominant, definitely the only word we could truly use to describe the 5 tonight. We saw some adversity through the middle stages of the race, put himself a little bit behind the field on strategy, but despite all that, he still finds himself here with a big lead coming to 14 to go.
Joe has to just wheel it to the checker flag. Quite simple. Dominant day for some of these drivers. Janik led a lot of laps tonight, but Giles had the best speed on the long run. The 5 looking to try and pick up, be a very big win for this team. For him, for Giles, it would be win number 2 of this campaign in just his 6th start on the season.
definitely shown that when he does show up to these races, he is one of the forces to be reckoned with. Another impressive drive here. As you said, it will be the second out of his 6 starts. An impressive winning percentage in the 5.
About 33%. That's a hard winning percentage to be able to accomplish long term, but in the short term it looks nice. All better hope the technical side of things holds out here. 11 laps to go. As this is not looking good all of a sudden for the 5. We'll see if this holds. 3.6 seconds up.
Definitely the first time we've seen him blinking this evening, so he is going to be hoping that that was just a one-time instance and does not continue here or exaggerate into a bigger issue for the 5.
Ten laps to go. Coming up 9 this time by. If it stays green, it will hold as one of the strong victories of the season in terms of the versatility, in terms of long run, in terms of survival skills needed to be able to make this checker flag here tonight. Hinson going to be very happy at a podium finish 2. We talked about him being a potential threat very early in the first stage in the conversation for the top 4 in the lead group early on, has stayed in that conversation in the 39, and now looks to be able to finish things out with a podium here tonight as a result. So we'll see. With 8 more times around, if Giles is able to just keep it steady here. He does have Holston in the lap. That's about it.
Should be pretty easy sailing for the 5. Just needs to not make any mistakes on his own, and he just needs to hope nobody else in the field makes a mistake, because the last thing that driver wants right now is a restart this late in the race. That could completely change things for him.
Coming around to 6 laps to go. Holston now within 15 car lengths of being lapped to put just the top 4 in the lead lap to close out the night here from Charlotte. Traffic's been very cordial to the race leader for the most part in these later stages after being a bit more chaotic early with all the cars.
Yeah, and just a really impressive drive here from Giles, too. We see that gap from the lead now stretching out to over 5 seconds, so clearly the best car, and as long as things stand, he's going to get the result he deserves.
Race control counting down the laps. 5 laps to go from Charlotte. Only 5 more circuits around to close out the night. There's a peel down by the 8. Oh, there's a peel up by the 8. There's an every line by the 8. Holston now loses the lead lap. And now falls down to 1 lap down, coming up 4 laps to go.
Probably a bit of a tick up in the heart rate for Giles there down the back straightaway. Don't know if Holston really needed to do that in front of the leader this late in the race, but Giles makes quick work of him anyways and will set his sail in front. Shouldn't have to deal with any more lap traffic here out in front of him.
Just has to see out of the windshield and focus. 3 to go. Feel the urgency to just finish out this race, finish without any problems. He's been faster on the average compared to Barnes by 4/10 over the past 5 laps. 3/10 over the past 10, 3/10 over the past 15. He has been consistently heading mark after mark. 2 laps to go from Charlotte.
These will be 2 of the most important laps that he has run, about to crown himself a Coca-Cola 600 winner, a crown jewel here, full-length distance race, an absolute marathon of a performance, and he has not put a foot wrong any step along the way. An incredible drive out of Cody Giles.
White flag is out. Final time around from Charlotte. Giles started off this race with a great long run when we got one in stage 1. Pulled away by more than 5 seconds. We get a long run to close things out. He pulls away by almost 7 seconds. He backs up that he was the fastest once you got green flag runs here tonight. He'll take 2 of the 4 stages, but most importantly, he'll take the race win. Cody Giles gets it done at Charlotte. Giles gets it done by more than 7 seconds over Christian Barnes. Gavin Henson rounds out the podium, and Giles gets his 2nd win in the MRL.
Cody Giles, just an absolute dominant performance here without even a lap of practice in this session as well. Didn't run a lap until qualifying. Started P6, but it wasn't there for long. He dominated this one.
Celebration time for Giles. And the 5 goes for Slideys and some Bernie outies. A part of this celebration. Having a hard time being able to finish out some of these burnouts here, but he is celebrating with all his might here to put on a smoke show for the virtual fans. Take a quick break. Post-race coverage coming up. You're watching coverage of the Mystic Racing League here on Ballin TV from Charlotte.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iracing.com.
Welcome back for tonight's coverage of the MRL, the Mystic Racing League, and its Cup Series, where we go 600 miles. In the end, it's Cody Giles that's able to get the edge for a win. Unofficial race results on screen. Christian Barnes in 2nd. Gavin Henson in 3rd. Aaron Espy gets himself a top 5 run, decent for the 16. Adam Holston finishes a lap down in the top 5 with his undercut call. John Ullman finishes in 6th, with Zach White 3 laps down in 7th. Reggie Kime gets the top 10 in 8th, Michael Wade in 9th, and Caleb Hunt rounds out the top 10.
Alan Zukoff in the 91 came home in 11th. Evan Janik led a lot of laps tonight, finished P12 with a hardware issue late, followed by Jeffrey Fisher in 13th. Gino Bellotti finished 14th. Jackson Atala finished 15th, and Joshua Gillen finished 16th. Chad Allen finished 17th. Andrew Allen finished 18th. Stephen Gill finished 19th, and Alex Pollock rounded out the top 20.
21st went to Jared Knopfsnyder. Brad Nelson finishes off in 22nd. Cohen Bollinger in 23rd, with Ray Sean Winkfield 24th. David Wallace and Isaac Wilson next on the order. Joshua Thornton, Andy Berry should say, David Moyer, and Robert Boyer round out the entrants tonight from Charlotte. So we've talked about the running order here tonight. In this one, let's take a look at the opportunity to speak with our top three. Cody Giles taking the opportunity to talk with his competitors. Now joins us the broadcast booth. Cody, you've won the 600-miler here at Charlotte. How does it feel to win a Crown Jewel?
It feels so good, man. After the crap that I've been through this week, both the trucks and the Xfinity race, man, I'll take it, dude. This is great. God, I don't even know what to say.
How difficult was it to be able to get yourself through all the perseverance of all the stages here tonight, where it seemed things were a battle at times tonight?
Oh God, it was a battle of attrition, man. Like that's what it comes down to. These like big races like this, like the Coke 600. It's more or less just strategy and surviving and being up front, being out of the wrecks, and that's what I was saying earlier tonight under the caution was, it's a battle of attrition, and it's a battle of just playing strategy and staying out of the wrecks, and that's what I did tonight, and finally got one. It feels like it's been a long time.
So now you got your second win this season here in this series. What's the approach now for the next stretch of races as we get ready for Nashville next?
Nashville, it's a hometown track, so I have that one circled for this week. But heading into Nashville, this is going to be great for me going into next week. More, I would say more just of a big stretch for us to go into Nashville with some momentum. So, and big momentum at that. So, this race definitely captivates our momentum for next week for Nashville, for sure.
Any shout you'd like to give after this one?
Yeah, Twisted Speed 1776, Turn 1 Designs, CHR, Fort Worth Screen Printing, Head Candy, can be possible about those guys. Also wanted to give a shout out to Evan too, because I don't know if I don't want to take the whole spotlight in the broadcast, but I did want to give a shout out to Evan. I made contact with him coming off of 4 early in the race. Didn't mean to. Like, I literally just, didn't mean to get up into him. I was just racing really hard for that position, and I kind of got up into him. So do want to give a shout out to Evan. He had he was a very big contender. So wanted to shout out Evan. He didn't mean to do that to him. So.
Well, congratulations to yourself on the race victory here tonight, Cody, on this one.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Thank y'all for doing this.
Cody Giles gets the win here tonight at Charlotte. Second spot goes to Christian Barnes. He's with Jeremy.
Christian, we saw you come up a spot short here tonight. A great battle with Cody Giles there on the final run. What more did you need to hold off that 5 car and come home in the victory lane?
Man, some short run speed. I could hang with them mid to long run, but I just could never, get just a little bit faster. I could never get that little speed on the long run to, get back to him. But on the short run, he was just tense faster. And I felt on that final stop, I had to get ahead of him. And once I got ahead of him, I felt I needed to hold him off, because if he got past me, I'd probably be able to stay, with him, but I wouldn't have been able to get back to him. So I felt I just needed to hold him off. But, I can't really complain about second, but I think that's 3 seconds in a row. And I'm tired of finishing second.
Well, we definitely saw you put up a great fight trying to hold him off. What went into staying focused for all 600 miles tonight? We saw so many drivers facing a lot of attrition, a lot of cars wrecked out, only 4 cars on the lead lap. How did you keep your car pointed forward and in the battle?
I think being up front, because I don't think there was really any big issues towards the front. I think it was mostly like that eighth to eighth and back. So just racing up front the whole race, letting people kind of make their own mistakes, and being able to be ahead of all that, I think was the biggest thing, because I think I finished top 3 in all the stages. So yeah, I think I was just ahead of most of the issues tonight.
Definitely a strong run. What are you looking forward to moving into next week, trying to find that one spot better?
I'm definitely going to practice a lot more, especially on the short run speed, to try to get up there. But I think just being consistent with these finishes, soon one will come to me, and gotta wait till then.
And who all gets it done for you on the 27?
Caleb Hunt Racing definitely helps that team, and I appreciate Alex Pollock for making this paint scheme for me for this event.
Well, thank you. We look forward to seeing you next week and moving forward, and hopefully find you in victory lane.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Now moving on to our third place finisher, Gavin Hinson is with Justin.
Gavin Hinson now joins us in the broadcast booth. Gavin, how would you describe your night battling through the attrition in the 39 machine?
I don't even know what to say. I mean, that was a really good run. It was a lot of fun, but I'm tired. I am very tired. That was awesome. That was really fun. It's just about not getting caught up in wrecks, just keeping the car clean, just putting yourself in a good spot, and that's what this race is all about. And I'm very pleased with the third place.
How was it trying to battle the fatigue that you mentioned that you had now by the end of this, as the night went on and as you went through the stages?
Well, I really didn't start feeling it until maybe lap 200, between 200 and 300. But at the stage break, I think it was lap 300, I had to run to the porta-john. So that was, I really needed to do that because, man, in the last 100 laps, they were going to be long. And they were. But I was glad to get a good green flag run. But yeah, I mean, my hands are cramping up. I'm glued to the wheel, and just had to stay in it, stay with it. But that was that was a lot of fun.
So how do you approach Nashville next time out for you for this series?
Well, I won't be there, so I don't have to worry about that. My next start will be the Brickyard 400, and then from the Brickyard 400 on, I will be running pretty much every week. At least that's the plan. But I think we go to Nashville in the Xfinity cars. I'm running full time in Xfinity and trucks, and I've never raced Nashville. I don't know. I'm gonna have to buy the track and figure it out, an Xfinity car. But yeah, I'm not going to be in the seat next week.
One thing I do want to ask before we let you go is the significance of the paint scheme here tonight. Seeing you and a couple others running with that scheme, talk just about the significance of what you run tonight.
Well, it's a paint scheme that a lot of CHR ran. Something Caleb Hunt put together for me and a few others, and I've in my family I've had a few. I got a few veterans, and I got my papa. He's a Vietnam veteran, and he's still getting around at 83 years old. He's very inspiring, and it's always good to honor veterans, the ones that have fallen and the ones that are still around. They mean a lot, and I'm very proud to have that paint scheme on the car and to perform really well. It really means a lot to me, and yeah, that's all I got.
Well, tonight was a strong run for you. Congratulations on the podium, Gavin.
Thank you, sir. Hope you guys enjoyed it.
Yes, we did. Gavin Hinson rounds the podium. Finishers like to thank the entire top three for speaking with us during post-race coverage. here on Ballin TV. Next up is Nashville, June 13th, 8 p.m. is the start time. Back to the normal starting position for these drivers. Jeremy, your thoughts entering Nashville?
Yeah, it'll be a lot shorter of a race, so guys are going to have a lot less time to get stuff done than they did tonight, but should be looking forward to that. It's a very unique racetrack with the concrete surface, so always puts on a great show, but don't really know what to expect because we're getting the new build, so it'll be really exciting to see what the new build looks like for the first time.
And we'll see that once again here on Ballin TV, Mystic Racing League from the Music City. It is a theme week, by the way, with paint schemes. Be sure to take a look and see who's going to have what schemes for that race. It should be interesting, some of the designs that come into play. Well, on that note, it's time to say goodbye. I'd like to thank you for tuning in with us tonight here on the Mystic Racing League and its Cup Series here from Charlotte. For my co-announcer tonight in Jeremy Miller, for our producer DJ Lyon, I'm Justin Prince saying so long. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Congratulations once again to your winner, Cody Giles. He gets it done. 600-miler at Charlotte.